The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 21st, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable David J. Taylor to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout his campaign, President Trump promised to unleash American energy and to end the era of overregulation. In just 7 months, President Trump has already taken those historic steps to boost domestic energy production, resulting in gas prices dropping by 50 cents over the past year. In March, President Trump and EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin undertook the largest day of deregulation in American history, releasing the shackles placed on our energy producers by President Biden's Green New Deal initiatives. Now my colleagues and I in the House will take up strong deregulation package this week that will further streamline the permitting process for our energy producers throughout the U.S. It's time that my colleagues and I codify President Trump's deregulation agenda so that our energy producers can unleash domestic production, lower costs for all American consumers, and further support our allies abroad on our pathway to energy dominance. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of our brave Border Patrol and ICE agents who tirelessly put their lives on the line each day to protect America. With President Trump back in office, ICE agents can finally do their jobs and enforce the laws that are on the books. These brave officers are producing historic results at our border and in our communities. In the first 6 months of President Trump's term in office, his administration has removed more than 70,000 convicted criminals, many who are convicted of assault, sexual crimes, kidnapping, and even homicide. Yet, despite their historic work enforcing our nation's laws, our ICE agents are facing a disgusting string of threats and violence against them and their families, resulting in an 830% increase in assaults against ICE agents. This string of threats is a result of months of violent rhetoric coming from the other side of the aisle, whether in political office or in the media. Calling for violence against law enforcement is simply unacceptable. While a small group of people call for this violence, I know that the American people, which overwhelmingly supported President Trump's re-election, are proud of our ICE agents as they work to remove dangerous and often violent criminals from our communities. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, July 20th, we celebrated National Pennsylvania Day, honoring the Commonwealth's crucial role in the founding and continuing success of our great nation. From the signing of the Declaration of Independence in Independence Hall in Philadelphia to the Battle of Gettysburg during the Civil War, Pennsylvania has always been at the center of American progress as we strive to form that more perfect union. Today, Pennsylvania remains at the center of our nation's growth, especially as we enter a competitive race with China to dominate artificial intelligence. Last week, President Trump and Senator Dave McCormick hosted an inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh to highlight how Pennsylvania will lead in the AI revolution. During the summit, President Trump announced more than $90 billion of investments into the Commonwealth's energy industry and data centers. Now, with the unleashing of Pennsylvania's energy potential, each and every day will be Pennsylvania Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, I joined my neighbors across Delaware in celebrating the freedoms that define our nation, freedoms made possible by those who have worn the uniform. It is appalling that while families gathered under fireworks to honor that sacrifice, the Trump administration was all too quietly forcing thousands of patriots from military service. These are Americans who have served with honor, with distinction, and with unshakable patriotism. Brave, honorable, and committed patriots who have also dared to have the courage to say out loud that they are transgender. These are qualified, trained, and decorated service members. They have deployed into combat, flown missions overseas, and led troops through danger. And now this administration is telling them that despite their qualifications and their exemplary quality of service, that they can no longer serve, simply because of how they express their gender. That message is immoral, it is unfair, and it is un-American. I represent Delaware's at-large district, a district that includes thousands, tens of thousands of active duty service members, veterans, and military families. In our state, service isn't abstract, it's personal. And we see every single day what honor, discipline, and sacrifice looks like regardless of someone's gender identity. These individuals met the same rigorous standards as their peers, the same physical exams, the same screenings, the same background checks, and in many cases under intense scrutiny. They didn't just meet those standards, they exceeded them. Trans service members are receiving glowing fitness reports and commendations. One was described by her commander as, quote, within the top 5% of officers I've encountered in 18 years of military service. Another, an aviator with 60 combat missions under her belt, earned the, quote, strongest possible recommendation for promotion. And I quote her commander directly, who attested, quote, people thrive under her leadership. A third, a non-commissioned officer and instructor, was called, quote, undoubtedly within the top 5% of NCOs I've worked with in my 22 years of service. In a recent hearing, the Secretary of Defense even commended these patriots, only to frantically retract his praise when he decided that their being transgender, one small part of who these soldiers are, somehow outweighed their years of proven high performance and service to this country. These service members were just dismissed by this administration. The most powerful aspect of our military, the thing that makes it unique against our adversaries, is that it is a military of the people. In the United States, patriotism does not discriminate. And in this country, if you're willing to serve, to fight for our core beliefs, and to meet the standards, then we welcome you to stand with us, regardless of your race, religion, national origin, or any other aspect of who you are. Because you are an American, a patriot first. This decision to remove proven patriots for no justification causes serious weakness to our force. It turns away proven courage. It wastes billions in taxpayer investment, decades of hard-earned experience, and is a direct blow to readiness. Because this decision isn't about readiness. It's not about discipline or merit, and it's certainly not about cost. It's about exclusion. It's about using identity as a wedge to divide and distract. It's a cynical ploy, not sound policy. And our military, which should never be a political tool, is paying the price. Across Delaware, from Georgetown to Wilmington, I've met transgender veterans who serve this nation with distinction. Some step forward while hiding who they are, forced to choose between their truth and their country. Others served openly when policy briefly aligned with principle. All of them served with honor. These are Americans asking to serve their country, to put on the line their last full measure of devotion, just like generations before them. The least we can do is let them. We are not made safer by sidelining qualified patriots. We are not made stronger by narrowing the ranks of who gets to serve. And we are not made freer by telling brave Americans that their truth disqualifies them from service. This ban weakens our military. It betrays our values, and it sends the cruelest possible message to some of our most dedicated citizens that their service is unwelcome, and that one identity matters more than what they've done, what they've sacrificed, and what they fight for. I reject that message. To every transgender service member, I salute you. I thank you. I see you, I honor you, and I will not stop fighting for a country that is truly worthy of your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Member yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievements of the Alpena Community College, which is remotely operated and located in Alpena, Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula on the Sunrise Coast. And the Alpena Community College remotely operated vehicle team, the Aquajacks, you can't, I mean, what a great name. I mean, it tells you right there what they're about, who proudly represented Michigan's 1st Congressional District at the 2025 Marine Advanced Technology Education ROV World Championship hosted in Alpena, Michigan. Now, I'm going to digress for just a couple of seconds here on what this team actually accomplished. For those of you who don't know the geography of Michigan, and as I put my hands up to those of you looking at me, this hand is the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. This hand is the Lower Peninsula of Michigan, and Alpena is located right down here in the Lower Peninsula on the shores of Lake Huron. The 1st District of Michigan, which I'm blessed to represent, encompasses 48.1% of the landmass of Michigan and more freshwater, deep water shoreline than any other district in the United States. The only singular district that has more big water shoreline is Alaska, but that's all saltwater. Just the difference. So we catch different kinds of fish in those two different kinds of waters. But what we have in Michigan surrounding the Lower Peninsula and capping the northern border of the Upper Peninsula before it transitions into Canada, we have some of the world's, if not the world's finest, freshest, deepest, clearest water that's available on the face of the earth. We use it for good. We fish in it. We farm in it. We experiment in it. And we advance our country and also other countries in the world through research and development, especially when it comes to underwater activities, whether it be mapping the bottom of the ocean, looking at cables and pipelines that go from continent to continent. All of that education and training on the front end is what's happening at Alpena Community College in my district. So the team, you can see all the smiles here, they're happy faces. They were excited about not only competing, but also winning just such a prestigious award. These talented students, who both live and study in northern Michigan, showcased remarkable ingenuity, teamwork, and technical skill, earning an impressive 3rd place finish against nearly 80 teams from 22 states and 18 countries. After months of design and testing, their ROV successfully completed complex tasks while the team impressed judges with their professional presentations and real-time strategic thinking. Their performance is a testament to Alpena Community College's commitments to hands-on STEM education. I commend their mentor, David Cummins, and their entire faculty for fostering such excellence. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I recognize the Alpena Community College Aquajacks. These students not only represent the future of my district, but also highlight the critical role that skilled innovators play in strengthening our nation's infrastructure and advancing our national security. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during this week, we are going to be taking up legislation H.R. 672, an act to establish new zip codes for certain communities. This measure is aimed at fixing problems in, as I said, about 8 communities all across the country where the post office's zip code allocation system just completely has fragmented these towns and cities because of the proliferation of zip codes that have occurred and been implemented in some of these towns. It is a bipartisan bill. I'm one of the bipartisan co-sponsors, and I represent one of those towns, Scotland, Connecticut, in eastern Connecticut. Scotland, Connecticut is a community that was established back in the 1700s. It was incorporated in the 1800s. It's a small town. The last census was 1,576 people. There's 625 residences in the town. And Mr. Speaker, it's almost hard to get people to believe me when I tell them this. It has 6 zip codes in a community with 1,500 people. It creates just havoc in terms of people, just doing their ordinary business through the post office. As the first selectman of the town of Scotland described in a letter to the Oversight Committee, due to the town's zip code configuration, Scotland residents face daily frustration with packages being misdelivered, service providers being unable to find their properties, and digital ordering or registration systems refusing to accept their address information. But the issue goes beyond inconvenience. People have paid taxes to the wrong town, sent their children to wrong schools. Town party committees and voluntary associations cannot effectively reach residents by mail. Public health statistics seriously understate the burden of disease in our town, and other survey data also misrepresent us. A high percentage of absentee ballot applications that were required by law to be sent out were returned, not because the people weren't in town, but because the USPS computer scanning system rejected their addresses. This situation is clearly damaging to us individually and as a community. So what this bill does is just simply say for Scotland and a number of other communities that has been identified by the committee, that basically we're going to unify a zip code for those communities so that they don't have to, again, experience what Mr. Dana Barrow, who's the first selectman of the town of Scotland, described. Last night, the post office actually sent out a letter of opposition to the bill to all the members of the House chamber, and they actually had the nerve to say that the passage of this bill would significantly degrade mail service in the affected communities. Mr. Speaker, it is hard to imagine how for the people of the town of Scotland, their mail service could be any worse than the situation that exists today, where they have 6 zip codes for a population of 1,500 people. Luckily, we have members of Congress like Mario Diaz-Balart from Florida, who chairs the committee who's bringing the bill out later this week, who has the common sense to understand that getting the post office to get their act together and to go into a very finite, manageable number of communities and aggregate the zip codes so that people, again, can get the service which they rely on. I am a strong supporter of the post office. It's in the Constitution. It's mandated that we have a postal service in this country. People depend on it to get their medications, to get important documents, to get paid, their Social Security monthly payments. And to have a dysfunctional system that is completely self-inflicted and man-made because of the organization of the post office is just unacceptable. So again, despite the post office's somewhat hysterical, out-of-touch opposition that they announced last night, I am here on the floor to publicly call on all my colleagues to join, again, Mr. Diaz-Balart from the Republican side, myself from the Democratic side, and a host of other co-sponsors to get this really modest, obvious, common sense bill passed, sent to the Senate and to the President's desk. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Florida, easy for me to say, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when danger strikes, it's not just about boots on the ground. It's about paws in motion. Today, I rise in defense of those who cannot speak for themselves, but serve our nation with unmatched loyalty, discipline, and courage. I'm talking about canines and horses who serve our law enforcement officers on the front line every single day. From narcotics detection to crowd control, search and rescue to border patrol, these animals are more than sidekicks. They are trusted teammates, and just like their human handlers, they face real threats, danger, and consequences. That's why today I am introducing the Leo Canine Protection Act, a straightforward bill to strengthen the penalties for those who assault or injure these animals in the line of duty. I'm proud to champion the Leo Canine Protection Act alongside the dedicated team at Canines United, whose tireless advocacy ensure that our service animals are treated not just as tools, but as heroes. Under my legislation, the federal penalty will be up to 15 years when someone uses a deadly weapon to harm a federal police animal. In addition, this legislation will expand the federal statute to apply to any state, county, or local police animal assisting a federal agency. The effort is not just symbolic, it's timely and necessary. Last year, 21 police canines made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, including Canine Leo of Marion County, Florida, who the bill is named after and who is pictured right alongside of me. Mr. Speaker, these animals run towards danger, not away from it, and we owe them far more than a belly rub or a scratch behind the ears. Mr. Speaker, they fight for us. Now it's our turn to fight for them. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, soon the Minnesota Lynx will play the New York Liberty at home in Minneapolis. As some Minnesotans may remember, I made a friendly wager with a New York member of Congress last year at the beginning of the Minnesota Lynx New York Liberty WNBA Final Series. That bet included that I would don a Liberty jersey and give a speech congratulating them from here on the House floor if they won the series. And I would have, but I won't. Why won't I? Because the truth is that Minnesota didn't lose Game 5. I was there in New York. The Liberty didn't win. The WNBA gave it to them. Let's stop pretending what happened in Game 5 of the WNBA Finals was just a bad call. It wasn't. The Minnesota Lynx clawed their way through the playoffs. They defied the odds. They outworked every team and every narrative. And in the final seconds of a championship game, on the biggest stage, they didn't get outplayed, they got erased. Oh, even from the House floor, right here in the chamber, I can hear the New York fans protesting. But I know them well enough from Madison Square Garden that night to know that if this had happened to them, their outrage would be the same, which with much more colorful language. A phantom foul. 5 seconds left. Alana Smith playing legal defense on Breanna Stewart, who, let's be honest, is the league's marketing golden girl. The contact, it was embellished, marginal at worst, but the whistle blew, and the game and the title was handed to New York on a silver platter. And when the Lynx challenged the call, The officials reviewed themselves. The same people who made the call decided to stand by it. That's not accountability. That's the system protecting itself. That's the fix being called in. Meanwhile, Nafisa Collier, the heart of the Lynx, an all-star, a force in the paint, didn't shoot a single free throw the entire game. Now you tell me, how does a player so dominant in the lane never draw contact? Because she was erased from the whistle. Let me just say it out loud right here from the House chamber. The WNBA wanted the Liberty to win. Big market team, superstar faces, a tidy storyline for the league office and the league commissioner, who literally wore the New York skyline on her dress that night. And Minnesota, we were the wrong script, too gritty, too real, too inconvenient. The league talks about fairness. The league talks about lifting women up. Pay them what they deserve if you want to lift women up in the WNBA. They talk about growing the game with integrity. But when the stakes were high, the WNBA didn't protect the game. They manipulated it. They chose a winner. And here's the truth. Minnesota didn't lose Game 5. The WNBA took it from them. And I'll be damned if I ever put on a New York Liberty jersey. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes. No objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell an inconvenient truth of what happened to educational funding that Congress appropriated that was to go to our schools. On June 30th, just one day before $7 billion of educational funding was supposed to be delivered to our state budgets, the Trump administration pulled the rug out from under the schools. No warning, no explanation. Let me explain something to you about California. We're a donor state. That means that the citizens of California, the taxpayers, send more money to Washington than we get back every year. In California, we were supposed to receive, as I said, $928 million. This was a big blow to school districts across the country, but including those that I represent in the San Joaquin Valley in California. Fresno Unified, which I represent, was to lose $7.1 million. Visalia Unified would have lost $2 million. And across the San Joaquin Valley, districts were preparing for these devastating cuts in mental health services, after-school programs, English learners and migrant students. And while the Republicans stayed silent, my colleagues and I stepped up. We wrote to the Trump administration, demanded answers, and put pressure on them to act. Well, they finally listened. And because it's clear this didn't happen on its own, it happened because we put pressure on them. Now the money is flowing, and I hope it's the entire $7 billion that goes to our schools throughout the country. And let's make sure that we know where it first happened. It happened when the flood of phone lines started going to my colleagues here in Washington. I'm going to, and my colleagues will continue to fight for every student, every family, and every school in America, including those in the San Joaquin Valley that I represent. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, sadly, to pay tribute to John Harris, a good friend, a giant of California agriculture, and the San Joaquin Valley. Born on July 14, 1943 in Fresno County, John was a proud graduate of the University of California, Davis, and a United States Army veteran. For over 40 years, he was not only a pioneer in agriculture, but a good friend of mine. He was a leader who was well respected throughout the country. John shaped the Harris Ranch into one of the nation's largest beef producers in America. In addition, his passion was as a leader in the horse racing industry, in which his horses were successful and won on numerous occasions. But John always understood the importance of education and gave back generously. Not only was it to Fresno State and the Maddie Institute, but also on mentoring mentoring the next generation of agricultural leaders. We miss John. His impact will stretch far beyond his ranch. He helped shape the agriculture of our region and a legacy of innovation, integrity, and service that will benefit generations to come. Thank you, John. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Joe Nelson, a proud son of the San Joaquin Valley, who served 37 years as the head of California Citrus Mutual. You should understand that California produces 80% of all the citrus consumed in the United States, navels and valencias and mandarins and lemons. And Joel was a leader for the voice of our citrus growers and a fierce advocate for valley agriculture. From the orchards of Tulare, Fresno, and Kern counties to the packing sheds, he always fought every day to protect our farmers, our water, and our way of life. He dedicated his life to uplifting others, always with energy and passion and a deep love for the valley we shared. His excitement for the work was contagious, and his leadership helped shape the citrus industry for generations to come. We will miss his voice, but his legacy will live on in every grove in California. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable work of SEVA International, both in Virginia and around the world. Founded less than 25 years ago, SEVA International is a global humanitarian organization committed to serving those in need, and their mission focuses on several things, including disaster relief, rehabilitation, family services, women's empowerment, health, and education. And in Virginia, SEVA works hand in hand with local organizations to strengthen our communities. They support the big 9/11 National Day of Service, which will be happening again this year, offer after-school programming, provide meal service at local shelters, and help the next generation get involved in engaging in high school students and volunteer work. So thank you, SEVA International, for all that you do for our communities. Mr. Speaker, last week our community got a major win. The Supreme Court of Virginia upheld a bill that I'd passed, one that prevented a 40% toll hike on the Dulles Greenway, maybe more. And without this bill, tolls would have jumped from at least $5.80 to $8.10 each way. And for regular commuters like me, that's $1,150 a year back in your pocket at least. And this is a reminder of what we can achieve when we work together to take on tough fights, including for families facing high costs, because this was a bipartisan initiative, and because across Virginia and across the country, families are feeling the squeeze. Housing costs are up, child care is expensive, and utility bills are rising. And in Loudoun County, tolls add an extra burden to the costs of getting to work. But this win is a step towards lowering costs for all families and a step towards addressing the broader affordability crisis. And so I'm committed to continuing this work in Congress and fighting to lower tolls even further and pushing for policies that put more money back in the pockets of working families. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today with profound sadness to honor the life and memory of Supervisor Bob Weir, who served the Gainesville District on the Prince William County Board of Supervisors starting in 2023. A husband and a father of three, Bob dedicated the past 2 decades to serving his communities, serving terms on the Haymarket Town Council and Planning Commission, and over 2 years on the County Board of Supervisors, and all focused on empowering his constituents in Prince William County to demand the best from their elected officials. Bob cared deeply about his constituents and serving them. He was known for personally following up with residents and addressing their concerns, and he prioritized transparency, once saying, "You don't have to ask me where I stand on issues because I'm usually pretty clear about it. I'm not going to sit there and obfuscate up there. I don't like something. I'm going to tell you I don't like something and why." And so Bob's memory and legacy will live on through the lives that he touched, and our heart goes out to all of his family. Our prayers are with them as well, and may he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate Korean War veterans Armistice Day and to honor the millions of service members who fought during the Korean War. This year marks the 16th anniversary of Proclamation 8399, a proclamation to establish National Korean War Veterans Armistice Day. And I'm proud to have introduced legislation this Congress to help reunify families who remain divided from the war. And I look forward to continuing to work to support our veterans. And thank you to the Korean American Grassroots Conference and partner organizations like the Council of Korean Americans, Korea Economic Institute, the Korea Society, the Korean American Institute, and the Remember 727 for organizing this week's event. Thank you again, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? In you, O God, do we trust, for the wisdom you offer is pure. May we also trust you to speak your wisdom in today's proceedings. On you, O God, do we depend, for the direction you lead us will enable us to find a way forward in times of discord. May we also depend on you to direct us to bring calm wherever conflict persists. To you, O God, do we yield our souls and minds, for the plans you have for us are merciful and without partiality. May we yield our whole selves in the course of this day to follow where you will guide us. Then may we abstain from our own selfish desires and sow the seeds of peace, that we would receive the good fruits of your righteousness at the conclusion of our labors. In your eternal and merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezo.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the resignation of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, the whole number of the House is 431. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee, an Army veteran myself and father of 4 sons who've served in the military in the Middle East, I'm particularly grateful House Republicans passed the Defense Appropriations Bill with the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers. On behalf of National Security for American Families, some key provisions: support for troops and families by delivering a pay raise and improving the quality of life; to restore combat readiness by funding cutting-edge aircraft, weapons, and modernization; deters adversaries with border security in countering the Chinese Communist Party worldwide. House Republicans are achieving peace through strength, the agenda of President Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, talking lovely as he murders Ukrainian citizens with rocket attacks. Our sympathy for Rosalie Smith on the passing of her husband, Mayor Pat Smith of Springdale, South Carolina. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Trey Cash, the Economic Development Director for Greene and Lenoir counties, whose leadership secured over 600 acres of prime land for industrial development, paving the way for job growth and investment opportunities in rural North Carolina. The North Carolina Economic Development Association named Trey the 2025 Emerging Leader of the Year, North Carolina's highest honor for a young economic developer. Trey's the first recipient of this distinguished award from any county east of I-95. His leadership has enhanced public-private partnerships and advanced workforce readiness. As a dedicated father, Trey works daily to ensure his daughter Celia and all young people like her have the chance to live the American dream in eastern North Carolina. He's tireless in his commitment to keeping young professionals and the next generation in the East. Thanks, Trey. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Miss Ernestine McCauley Daly.
a faithful servant and beloved and proud Mississippian who was called home to her Heavenly Father on June 21st, 2025 at the age of 99. Born in Jasper, Alabama, Ernestine spent over 6 decades in Gautier, Mississippi, where she lived a life signified by humility, strength, and service. She worked at E.R. Moore Garment Company. She became the very first secretary at Gautier Elementary School and later served in the vice president's office at the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, touching countless wives through her work. Alongside her beloved husband, Ulysses, a World War II veteran, Ernestine traveled this great nation in their motor home, creating memories and spreading joy wherever they went. After her passing, she was the oldest member of the Gautier First Baptist Church in Gautier, Mississippi, a source of great pride and reflection of her enduring faith. She leaves behind a legacy of love, family, and devotion. Let us honor Miss Ernestine today by remembering the values she cherished: faith, family, and community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 31st time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for malnourished children. Over the weekend, I had a chance to visit the Adesia Nutrition Factory in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, one of 2 factories in the United States that manufactures this ready-to-use therapeutic food. This is used to treat starving children whose organs have failed and are no longer able to process traditional food to get them back to health. For years, the United States saved millions of lives with this product, sourced entirely from U.S. farmers and factories, until the Trump administration froze funding. The time has come for that funding to be restored, as the administration promised they would do, but have not delivered on. For the 31st time, my message is simple. If you say you'll do it, and I will keep speaking out every day until the administration honors its word. Restore the funding. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This last week, we won a momentous victory in cutting off further federal funding for the California high-speed rail disaster. And yet, no sooner had the announcement been made that the governor of California ran to court to file his latest frivolous lawsuit. I say his latest because it was just a couple weeks ago that Governor Newsom was unanimously defeated before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals on his National Guard lawsuit. Yet this frivolous lawsuit is particularly perverse because the governor is now wasting taxpayer dollars suing so he is able to continue wasting taxpayer dollars on an epic scale, on a project that will go down as the single biggest waste of taxpayer dollars in U.S. history. The good news is this lawsuit is going nowhere, and we now have a chance to finally wind this embarrassing project down so that the tax dollars of Californians can go where they are needed, towards fixing our crumbling roads. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S2423, the Pro-Veterans Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 423, an act to protect regular order for budgeting for the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise or extend their remarks on Senate Bill 423.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of S423, introduced by my colleague and fellow Marine from across the Capitol, Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska. S423 would require the Secretary of VA to provide quarterly briefings to Congress on the budget execution and any projected budget shortfalls. It also creates new guardrails on the use of critical skills and incentive bonuses to make sure they only go to the employees who they are intended for. Finally, it would codify the Veterans Experience Office to improve delivery of benefits to veterans and their beneficiaries. These efforts already exist at the VA. This legislation simply makes these efforts permanent. This bill is a straightforward, common sense effort that partners with Secretary Collins and the Trump administration to establish greater accountability and oversight of career senior executives at the department. The need for this legislation comes in the wake of a critical skills initiative payment scheme uncovered by the committee during the last Congress. The days of waste, fraud, and abuse are over. After the OIG identified over $10 million in improper critical skills incentives payments awarded to VA executives, Congress recognizes the need for accountability. Let me be clear. I believe the VA employees deserve to be recognized for their extraordinary work they do. Recognized for the extraordinary work they do. Critical skills incentive bonuses are useful tools for VA to attract talent staff who are dedicated to serve the veterans. However, some of those bonuses were as high as $100,000 for DC office staff employees, more than double what a single veteran who's 100% disabled would receive in the entire year. Additionally, during the investigation, my staff identified employees who received these critical skills bonuses while they were under investigation for misconduct at VA. Speaker, it's time to make sure this never happens again. So I'm proud of the work done by my friend Secretary Collins, and I believe the Pro-Vet Act will support his mission to build up the VA's workforce and put veterans first, in addition to stopping the glut of critical skills payments from going to executive. That legislation would require the VA to provide in-person budget briefings to Congress every quarter for 3 years, detailing the agency's financial projections and budget management strategies. After the Veterans Benefit Administration shortfall crisis, manufactured by Biden administration, cost the government billions of dollars, increasing the frequency of these conversations will help Congress execute its constitutional oversight and appropriations responsibilities. While leadership in the Biden White House was replaced with the Veterans First Trump administration by the American people, many of the career VA employees who contributed to the crisis remain. Some of these employees have operated far too long without scrutiny and with no consequences for planning failures and and billions of dollars in total. Without some way of trying poor performance to outcomes for these employees, what message does the business as usual status quo send to the rank and file employees? When they hear of senior executives filling their pockets with improper bonuses, what does that tell the frontline VA police officer, the hospital housekeeper, the food staff members? It tells them that the efforts they bring to the job really doesn't matter. It tells them the executives will score a nice bonus despite terrible performance, and that they're being held to a different standard. That is the wrong message to send to VA employees and to the veterans that rely on VA for life-saving health care. Now, I applaud both parties in Congress and the current administration for taking the right steps and working together to pass this bill and begin to work to restore that trust. This is a common sense legislation that ensures the VA operates with basic accountability and protects the future of benefits for our veterans who have earned them. I urge my colleagues to support S. 423, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Openness and transparency in the budgeting process are crucial to enabling members of Congress to exercise our constitutional power of the purse, conducting proper oversight, and ensuring that we are good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And that's why I have been extremely frustrated by the lack of budget information put forward by the current administration. Just this week, the Director of Office of Management and Budget, in a statement that was both insulting and condescending, said that, quote, "It wasn't in our interest," end quote, to release a full budget plan to the American people. And yet, we've not heard a peep of objection from my colleagues across the aisle. Not even a hint that they might rise from their knees after having been browbeaten by this administration time and time again and stand up for the constitutional prerogatives of the United States Congress, a co-equal branch of government. In the context of this bill, which was proposed to demand more budget information, it is confounding. Nevertheless, here we are. And to understand why we are considering this bill at this moment, we have to go back to last Congress and at the end of the Biden administration. In mid-July 2024, VA informed the committee of expected funding shortfalls for the Veterans Benefit Administration and the Veterans Health Administration. At the time, VBA was facing a projected shortfall of $2.9 billion for fiscal year 2024, and VHA was facing a potential shortfall of $12 billion for fiscal year 2025. Now, out of abundance of caution and to ensure veterans' benefits weren't disrupted, Congress quickly passed H.R. 9468, the Veterans Benefits Continuity and Accountability Supplemental Appropriations Act, which provided VBA with an additional funding of roughly $2.9 billion. The bill also included accountability measures that required additional reporting by the Secretary and an Inspector General review of the circumstances surrounding the projected shortfalls. A few weeks later, on October 30th, 2024, VA notified the committee that it had reviewed its calculations at the conclusion of fiscal year 2024, and determined that it would not have experienced a shortfall at VBA, and in fact had carryover funding in addition to the funding provided by the supplemental. VA also determined at the close of fiscal year 2024 that its projected budget shortfall in fiscal year 2025 for VHA would not be as significant as originally projected in July. Its revised estimate for the fiscal year 2025 shortfall provided on Monday, November 25th, 2024 was $6.6 billion, much less than originally projected. This was largely because of higher than expected carryover and extreme belt tightening at local VA clinics and hospitals. However, here's where paths diverge. In the wake of passage of H.R. 9468, both VA's Office of the Inspector General and the Government Accountability Office conducted and released their respective reports on the circumstances surrounding these real and projected shortfalls. These reports, though, have become a bit of an ink blot test, where I and my Democratic colleagues see an accounting process that could be improved, as all processes can be. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle see criminal behavior and a malicious intent to deceive Congress and scare veterans. I encourage the public to read and judge for themselves these reports. But in one of the most egregious and politically naked overreactions I have seen in some time, the chairman sent a letter to the Department of Justice urging the Attorney General to investigate 3 former Biden administration officials for criminal wrongdoing in handling last year's budget shortfall. To say the least, I was shocked by this letter. We thoroughly addressed VA's budget issues last year, and neither the Inspector General nor GAO found any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. None, Mr. Speaker. So why call on Trump's Attorney General to revisit it? The answer seems very clear to me. Political payback. This was a spurious attempt to tarnish the reputations of officials who led one of the most successful periods in VA history, marked by high veteran satisfaction, strong performance, and the largest expansion of veterans' benefits ever by way of the PACT Act. Rather than hold President Trump and Secretary Collins accountable for the ongoing decline at VA over the last several months, my colleagues pushed a baseless investigation, a clear distraction meant to deflect from the damage being done under their watch. Nevertheless, more information is always better. As I said, we should demand transparency from whatever administration is in charge. And while I find the impetus behind this bill to be retaliatory in nature, I do agree with my majority colleagues that the Trump administration budget formulation and execution process warrants scrutiny. Secretary Collins has already broken the law by redirecting funds without congressional approval. I worry that the trend will continue over the next few years. So I hope my colleagues will join me in rigorous oversight of the Trump administration's approach to VA's budget. There are 2 other provisions in this bill I would like to discuss very briefly. This legislation would codify the Veteran Experience Office, or VEO, which was first established during the Obama administration. I appreciate that the Senate incorporated changes we suggested to their text that would strengthen the functions of VEO so that it serves as an office truly focused on improving the veteran experience with data-driven approaches. Additionally, in the Honoring Our PACT Act, Congress authorized VA to utilize critical skills incentives to attract and retain the workforce it needed to implement the largest expansion of veterans' benefits in recent history. While use of those incentives has been overwhelmingly successful, VA did make some initial missteps in oversight and utilization of the awards for senior executives. These missteps were corrected during the last administration, and despite what my colleague says about investigations, the administration was quite forthcoming and transparent about those missteps. The language in this legislation would tighten the circumstances under which critical skills incentives can be used to retain high-level VA employees. And while I'm generally supportive of this additional oversight to ensure these awards are being used appropriately, I continue to be concerned with Secretary Collins' ability to recruit and retain the top-level talent we need for caring for veterans at VA. Earlier this month, Secretary Collins celebrated celebrated that 30,000 VA employees will be departing the agency by the end of this fiscal year under his tenure. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? The head of an organization patting themselves on the back for making their organization so toxic that nearly 10% of their workforce quits? This is something to be proud of? It's unconscionable. What's worse are the absurd assertions that veterans won't be negatively affected by such drastic reductions. There's simply no way that the delivery of veterans' care and benefits will not be affected by Secretary Collins' continued efforts to demonize and demoralize VA workforce. Again, I'm pleased to see that with this bill, my colleagues have finally decided to demand transparency from this administration. I wait with bated breath for their reaction when the White House simply chooses to ignore it, as they have repeatedly done with this Congress. My suspicion is that we'll continue to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle hide in fear of their master, but I would love to be proven wrong. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Speaker, we have no speakers on this bill, and we're ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. From California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this time in closing to bring up a few things. One, Secretary Collins, so the people listening to the rhetoric that came from the other side of the aisle, you need to understand that the VA has 477,000 employees. And with that massive amount of employees over the last several years, many of the jobs were not getting done correctly, even though we put a lot of money and a lot of employees. Secretary Collins has said that he will reduce staffing based on attrition. Attrition, mind you. We won't lose docs, we won't lose nurses, we won't lose frontline workers, but we will be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. So as the rhetoric comes from the other side on this administration, and the fact that when they were in the majority and it was the Biden administration, they didn't push for this legislation, shows that it's more about the politics than it is about taking care of our veterans. Now with that, I want to encourage all of our members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 423? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate 201, the ACES Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 201, an act to provide for a study by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine on the prevalence and mortality of cancer among individuals who served as active duty aircrew in the armed forces and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on Senate 201.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S 201. The bill was introduced by Senators Kelly and Cotton, and the House version was introduced by my friend and fellow representative, Mr. Pfluger. The bill would ensure there is a trusted medical research available to pave the way for toxic-exposed military pilots and air crew to access the VA disability compensation benefits. Colonel Andrew Shirtless, who testified before the House Veterans Affairs Committee in March, was one of these veterans. You know, he served our country as an Air Force fighter pilot for 23 years, flying over 1,800 hours. The colonel began his career flying the F-15C Eagle and was chosen as one of the first F-22 Raptor instructors. I'm told that one of his proudest achievements was serving as the 325th Operational Support Squadron Commander at Tyndall Air Force Base. Support Operations Northern Watch. The colonel started fighting stage 4 cancer in 2019 at just 41 years old, and unfortunately passed away on May 23rd at the age of 48. My prayers are with his wife Julie and their family. We are forever grateful for his service to this country and to his community. Military pilots and airmen like the colonel work in tight spaces and are exposed to chemicals and toxic fumes every time they fly a mission. However, there's not enough medical research available for VA to simply presume that their cancers are related to those exposures. This lack of comprehensive medical research makes it hard for these military pilots and airmen air crewmen to access and earn these benefits. Each one of those veterans must prove to VA that chemicals and toxins cause their cancer. Many had to fight the VA system for years before receiving any disability compensation, and many others never received their earned benefits before they passed away. S-201 would require the national academies to conduct a study on whether the cancers suffered by military pilots and aircrew are related to their chemicals and toxic exposure. VA needs robust medical research to streamline military aircrews veterans' access to disability compensation, and VA needs it fast for today and tomorrow's veterans. This bill ensures that research gets done and that our military pilots and aircrew and airmen get the answers they deserve. I urge all my colleagues to support S-201, and with that I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of S-201, the ACES Act of 2025, offered by Senator Mark Kelly. I'd like to start by thanking all of those who've helped get this bill to this point. Among others, I'm deeply appreciative of the Military Aviator Coalition for Health and their leadership in advocating for this issue. I'd also like to thank my colleagues across the aisle, especially Representative Pfluger, the lead sponsor of the House version of this bill, for acknowledging the urgent need to address the alarming rates of aviator cancers. This isn't a partisan issue. It's about doing right by those who served. Sadly, since we passed the House version of the bill, we have lost more aviators to cancer. The urgency here is undeniable. We simply cannot afford to wait any longer. It is abundantly clear that we must investigate and pinpoint what is driving the illnesses among this population and develop a long-term strategy for early detection and treatment before a cancer has reached stage 3 or stage 4, before it is too late. Members of the Veterans Affairs Committee have often spoken of the incredible legacy of the nation's military aviators, true experts who dedicate their lives to serving and protecting our country. But we've also heard heartbreaking stories of what happens when they come home, often looking healthy, only to be blindsided by a late-stage cancer diagnosis and a bleak outlook. In fact, just a few short days ago, at a roundtable I hosted, we heard directly from veterans, caregivers, and survivors about the profound toll this takes. We're talking about individuals in peak physical condition who are running marathons, lifting weights, and acing physical readiness tests only to be stopped in their tracks by cancer. This is a story that tragically is far too common in the aviation community and the broader veteran population as well. We accomplished a monumental task in the 117th Congress with the PACT Act. But we must continue to fight for military aviators and countless others who have been exposed to a litany of toxins and hazards during their service. The ACES Act is a step in the right direction. It is not the fix-all, it is not the end of the journey, but it's the start of one, just like the PACT Act was. But I want to say that I'm heartened by the consensus we've reached with this bill on the need to research aviator cancers, and I'm hopeful we can work in lockstep on behalf of our veterans as we continue to advocate for every one of them. For example, this bill deals principally with fixed-wing aviators. I am hopeful that we will similarly rally around legislation for rotary-wing aircraft pilots. I'm generally hopeful that upon completing this study, we will be significantly closer to understanding the root causes of aviator cancers, and more importantly, we will be able to provide our nation's veterans with comprehensive care, the preventative and palliative care they earn and deserve. I look forward to getting this and other critical exposure legislation to this body and sign into law. I hope my colleagues will continue to rally around our efforts, and that is why I support this legislation and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend from Texas and the sponsor of the House side of this legislation, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I rise today not just as a member of Congress, but as a wingman, a service member to those in uniform, and in strong support of S201, the Aviator Cancers Examination Study Act, or the ACES Act. Far too many of our military aviators and aircrew are being diagnosed with cancer at troubling rates. A 2021 Air Force study supported by the additional Department of Defense research found that aviators face a 29% higher likelihood of testicular cancer, 24% higher likelihood of melanoma, and a 23% higher risk of prostate cancer compared to their civilian counterparts. These are incredibly healthy, in shape, well-tested individuals, and yet they have almost 30% higher cancer rates than the average civilian population. And Mr. Speaker, these numbers tell a painful story. When brave men and women volunteer to defend our nation from the cockpit, they shouldn't face a second battle against cancer without our full support. This is why this legislation, led by myself and by my friend from California, Mr. Panetta, in the House, and in the Senate by Senators Kelly and Cotton, is critically necessary. The ACES Act directs the Department of Veterans Affairs to partner with the National Academies of Science to conduct a comprehensive study on the prevalence and causes of cancer among military aviators. We need to know the why, and we need to provide our airmen with the air cover for their own health. By identifying the unique risk factors associated with aviation service, we can implement targeted screening protocols that enable earlier detection when treatment is most effective. This leads to faster access to care and benefits, significantly improved survival rates, and more time with loved ones, and the opportunity for continued service. This bill builds upon previous research that has been done, but it goes the distance, and it increases the pool to the veteran population, not just those that are active duty, but to those who have previously served as aviators. I myself am an Air Force fighter pilot with over 20 years of service, and I fought along the best that this nation has to offer. But I've also stood beside too many of my brothers and sisters as they faced their toughest battles, not in the air, but when they got home, in the hospital rooms, fighting a disease that they never saw coming. That's the story of my friend, Colonel Andy Pablo Shurtleff. In March, Andy did a wonderful job of testifying before the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs, sharing how a sudden cancer diagnosis brought his promising career to an abrupt end. He spoke with clarity and conviction about how a better understanding of cancer risk in the aviation community might have led to earlier detection, not only in his case, but in many of our friends and many of our wingmen, detection that could have saved his life and their life. Shortly after that, on Friday, May 23rd, my friend Pablo lost his battle with cancer.
in his final days, one of his comforts, one of the few comforts that he knew, was that the ACES Act was on track to becoming law. His courage, his voice, and advocacy for other service members should not be forgotten. And you know, there are countless others that I've served with, including people like Colonel Michael Bam Bam Stapleton and so many others that many of us know. That's what this bill represents. It represents keeping Pablo in the cockpit. It represents Pablo's kids and others in the next generation wanting to sign up for this because they know that we're going to give them that air cover. This bill received bipartisan support on the House floor with a vote of 376 to 5 in May. And the bill has the support of over 20 veteran organizations, cancer advocacy groups, and medical experts because they recognize what's at stake. With the passage of this version of the bill, it will be sent to the President's desk, and I am hopeful that the President will sign it into law quickly so we can fulfill our promise to those who serve, a promise that when someone serves our nation, we have their backs. We will serve them and we will protect them. Today, as we cast our votes on this critical legislation, we stand closer than ever to honoring the memory of heroes like Andy and giving future service members a real chance at early detection, better treatment, and life-saving research. I want to sincerely thank my colleagues who co-sponsored this bipartisan legislation, as well as Chairman Bost, the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Chairman Luttrell, members of the House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committees, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Senator Jerry Moran, and all of leadership for their unwavering support and for moving this bill. Unlike many others in Congress, this was moved with Mach. This was moved with airspeed, and I appreciate that. I'm also deeply grateful to the dedicated volunteers of the Mach Coalition whose passion and persistence helped carry this effort forward, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to Senator Mark Kelly, he himself a combat veteran, a pilot, and an astronaut, and Senator Cotton for championing this bill in the Senate. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. There really is no reason that we can't make this a unanimous yes vote in support of the ACES Act. But most of all, my deepest gratitude goes to the thousands of pilots and aircrew members who are defending our nation every single day. We see you, we thank you, we've got your back, and this is the air cover that you so desperately deserve. With that, I yield back.
More speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S-201. I thank Representative Pfluger for this legislation. I'm very honored and pleased to be able to support it and ask all my colleagues to do the same. But before I yield back, I do want to say that that there are many more of our veterans that have been exposed to some toxic substances, whether it's radiation, whether it is something that's going on with our pilots. We have learned recently of the Area 51 veterans who served in the Nevada test sites, who obviously show signs collectively of exposure to radiation and bear the medical consequences of that. We have ample evidence, for example, that our naval service members who serve on speedboats, who've been exposed to intense vibrations, may have medical consequences that merit our attention. We know that exposure to overblasts may cause serious traumatic brain injury. Mr. Chairman, in the spirit of this legislation, which I wholly support, I believe that we must do more, and I ask you if we might schedule a hearing for the more extensive examination into the many other types of exposures, environmental exposures, toxic exposures that our veterans are being subjected to, our service members are being subjected to, and let us pay attention to those as well. I humbly request such a hearing. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and understand that we at the committee have hearings and will continue to have hearings on things like this at many times, and we'll take the ranking member's comments under advisement, but we'll set the agenda and figure out what we will have hearings on and what we won't. So, but I appreciate the request. This is why we had these type hearings, and that's why we've got this legislation here today. Speaker, once again, I want to encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 201? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This is the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2170.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2170, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Toms River, New Jersey, the Leonard G. Budd Lamel VA Clinic, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2170.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2170, a bill to rename the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veteran Affairs in Tom Rivers, New Jersey, as the Leonard G. Budd Lamel VA Clinic. Leonard Budd Lamel was born in Brooklyn, New York in 1920 and enlisted in the Army after the U.S. entered into World War II. Initially serving with an infantry division, Lamel quickly volunteered for the newly formed 2nd Ranger Battalion. There he became his first platoon's, and he became the 1st platoon sergeant. During the earliest hours of D-Day, First Sergeant Lamel's platoon landed at Pointe du Hoc, Normandy. Their mission was disable the heavy defense artillery guns set to rain fire on the brave soldiers on Utah Beach. Despite all the fire and obstruction, First Lieutenant Sergeant Lamel and his platoon became the first unit to accomplish their D-Day mission. Lamel continued to distinguish himself during the war, receiving a promotion to 2nd Lieutenant and being awarded Distinguished Service Cross, Purple Heart, and Silver Star. After his service ended in 1945, Lamel married his wife, Charlotte, and together they became proud parents of 3 daughters and continued serving in their community. And I'm happy to say that Charlotte is still able to see this bill be offered in honor of her husband. Leonard G. Budd Lamel serves as a great example of the greatest generation. It's a fitting tribute to name the VA clinic after him to tell the story of his service. I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Representative Smith, as well as the entire New Jersey delegation for honoring their fellow New Jerseyan with this tribute. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2170. I now reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2170 to name the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Toms River, New Jersey, after Leonard G. Budd Lamel. Mr. Lamel was born in Brooklyn, New York, but soon relocated with his family to Point Pleasant, where he went on to attend Wesleyan College on a full scholarship and quickly volunteered as an Army Ranger after World War II broke out. Mr. Lamel and his platoon received a pivotal assignment on D-Day that would change the course of the war forever. He and his fellow Rangers would scale 100-foot cliffs on ropes and find and destroy German artillery that posed a huge danger to the Allied troops landing on the beach below. Undaunted by the impossibility of this task, Mr. Lamel and his platoon undertook their task. Despite being shot in the side and nearly drowning the moment he stepped off his landing craft, Mr. Lamel continued onward and successfully scaled the wall. However, upon reaching the top, he and his fellow Rangers realized the weapons were decoys designed to be a deterrent to the troops below. Even this was not reason enough for Mr. Lommel to give up, and he and his team quickly found the real weapons unguarded nearby and destroyed them. For his heroism and for saving countless lives, Mr. Lommel received the Distinguished Service Cross, and following the fighting at D-Day, Mr. Lommel continued to serve his country in other battles, earning a Silver Star. After receiving another injury, he was honorably discharged in December of 1945. After the war, Mr. Lommel returned to New Jersey, where he settled in Toms River. He graduated from Rutgers University Law School, married and had 3 daughters, and opened a successful law practice. He died in 2011 at age 91, and his grateful hometown honored him with the creation of Lommel Lane. I can think of no better way to honor Mr. Lommel and demonstrate our nation's continued gratitude for his service than to name this VA clinic in his honor. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
From Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the sponsor of this legislation and my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I thank my good friend for yielding. I thank the distinguished chairman, thank him for the job he's doing as chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. I once served in that position. I know how important it is to defend our veterans so vigorously. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that leadership. But I want to thank the ranking member as well for his support and of this important piece of legislation. Let me just begin. You know, today the House of Representatives has the opportunity to further recognize and honor one of the bravest and most highly decorated combat soldiers of World War II, Leonard G. Bud Lommel, by naming the new Veterans Outpatient Clinic in Toms River, New Jersey, in his honor. While Bud Lommel passed away in 2011 at the age of 91, his dear wife Charlotte is turning 104 in September, and she and her family deeply loved Bud and continue to deeply cherish his memory. I spoke to Bud's youngest daughter again, Renee, again this morning, and they are very pleased that Congress is poised to honor him today. I also want to extend my special thanks to former Toms River Mayor and retired Admiral Mo Hill for originally coming up with this idea to name the clinic for Bud Lommel, as well as his incredible advocacy on behalf of Bud and his family. On June 6, 1944, D-Day, First Sergeant Bud Lommel of D Company, 2nd Ranger Infantry Battalion, and his Army Rangers were tasked with the nearly impossible mission of scaling the 100-foot cliffs at Point du Hoc and to destroy the Germans' 155-millimeter artillery guns, which have a range of between 10 and 15 miles, that threatened the entire invasion, which they believe were positioned at the top of the cliffs. Bud Lommel and his Rangers, upon successfully climbing the cliffs, despite heavy casualties, Bud, I note parenthetically, was actually wounded leaving the landing craft, but tenaciously continued and said in one interview, "I lost half my guys." But they were dismayed to find, when they got to the top of the cliffs, that the Allied military intel was misled by decoys and that the entire invasion was now at risk. First Sergeant Lommel and another Ranger, Sergeant Jack Kuhn, found the 5 guns camouflaged at a nearby orchard. He discovered they were all aimed at Utah Beach, although they could easily reach Normandy as well. With Kuhn, remember, they have a 10 to 15-mile range. They could have taken out ships, landing craft, and of course the infantry soldiers and others making the beachheads. With Kuhn providing cover, Bud Lommel used thermite grenades to single-handedly destroy 3 of the Nazi big artillery guns, then got more thermite grenades and went back and destroyed the other 2. 5 massive artillery guns were utterly destroyed, ultimately helping to ensure the success of the Allied invasion and saving countless lives. Historian Stephen Ambrose has described Bud Lommel as a single individual besides Supreme Allied Commander Dwight D. Eisenhower as the most responsible for the success of D-Day. In his book, The Greatest Generation, Tom Brokaw devoted an entire chapter to Bud Lommel, who he first met 40 years after the invasion of D-Day, and he noted that during their interview, even after several decades, he could almost, this is his words, almost see the tough young First Sergeant Lommel directing his men as they landed under the withering fire of German forces. For his amazing leadership and extraordinarily brave acts, Bud Lommel received the Distinguished Service Cross, as we all know, the second highest military decoration. The citation said, in part, First Sergeant Lommel led a patrol of men through the heaviest kind of automatic weapons fire to destroy an enemy machine gun nest. Later on the same day, while leading another patrol, he penetrated through the enemy lines to the rear and discovered the five enemy 155-millimeter guns. He gallantly led his patrol against the enemy and successfully destroyed the guns. First Sergeant Lommel's bold and outstanding leadership in the face of superior numbers is in keeping with the highest traditions of the military forces of the United States and reflect great credit upon himself and the United States Army. Lommel also received a rare battlefield promotion to second lieutenant, and it was said that there was, quote, not a man who did not feel proud to serve with him. 6 months later, Bud Lommel served in the Battle of Hurtgen Forest, where he and Company D helped capture and defend the notorious Hill 400, which had claimed, thousands of his fellow service members' lives. He subsequently received the Silver Star for his valor in combat, and that citation says, in pertinent part, conspicuously leading from the front, Lommel directed the successful defense of the hilltop in the face of nearly overwhelming German counterattack midday, refusing shelter and at risk of life, with blood oozing from his ears, nose, and mouth, firing his machine gun cradled in his bandaged left arm with his right hand. He continued to lead his men against another ruthless German assault throughout the entire afternoon. Close quote. What an amazing, amazing hero. He was wounded at Hurtgen and again several weeks later at the Battle of the Bulge. In addition to the Distinguished Service Cross and Silver Star, Bud Lommel received other awards, including the Bronze Star, Purple Heart with 2 Oak Leaf clusters, and France's highest medal, the Legion of Honor. And that's just some of the most remembered ones. There were others as well. As was pointed out by my colleagues, he became an unbelievably effective lawyer, had his own law firm, was very active in the community in Ocean County, and he was even the head of Veteran Services in Ocean County, one of the first person to take on that position. As President Reagan famously said in his speech at Pointe du Hoc, the men who invaded Normandy, including and most especially Bud Lommel, this applies to, had faith that what they were doing was right, faith that they fought for all of humanity, faith that a just God would grant them mercy on this beachhead or on the next. They were men who took to the cliffs. They were the champions who helped free a continent. They were the heroes that helped end a war. In enduring gratitude to them, I ask my colleagues to vote for this legislation and yield back to my distinguished colleague the balance of my time.
We have no more speakers. We're ready to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no speakers, no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 2170 to honor this very deserving veteran, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2170? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2625, the Veterans Employment Readiness Yield Act of 2025.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 137, H.R. 2625, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to update certain terminology regarding veteran employment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2625.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2625, offered by my colleague and Representative Don Davis of North Carolina. H.R. 2625 would strike the term employment handicap from Veterans Readiness and Employment, or VR&E statute, and replace it with the term employment barrier. This bill is simply a fix that would remove the negative implications of the term handicap and replace it with the broader term to ensure service-connected veterans can access support they might need. Now, I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 2625, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2625, the Veterans Employment Readiness Yield Act of 2025, introduced by my good friend, Representative Don Davis. The Veteran Readiness and Employment, or VR&E program, offers vital services to help veterans and service members with service-connected disabilities and those to have an employment handicap prepare for, find, and maintain suitable employment or live more independently. This bill would replace the terms employment handicap and serious employment handicap with employment barrier and serious employment barrier. Historically, the term handicap has been associated with disadvantage or burden, which does not accurately reflect our veteran population. By making this change, we acknowledge the challenges that veterans with service-connected disabilities often face in the job market. Eliminating the stigma associated with these disabilities will encourage more veterans to participate in the VR&E program, ultimately assisting them in preparing for and securing meaningful employment. The Department of Veterans Affairs requested this change, which has bipartisan support and incurs no cost. I want to thank Mr. Davis for his work on veterans issues during his time in Congress. I'm proud of his work to open doors at VA for more veterans so they may access the benefits they have earned through their service. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the sponsor of H.R. 2625. He currently serves on the House Armed Services Committee and the House Agriculture Committee. The gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Don Davis.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, to Chairman Bost, to Ranking Member Takano. I rise in support of H.R. 2625, Veterans Employment Readiness Yield Act of 2025. On behalf of the more than 56,000 veterans in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, which I'm proud to represent, and so many across our country, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense legislation. Let me also pause to thank my colleague, Congressman Juan Ciscomani, who co-led the bill, the House Veterans Affairs Committee, for marking it up and moving it forward, and Disabled American Veterans and Paralyzed Veterans of America for endorsing this legislation. H.R. 2625 amends terminology in the Veteran Readiness and Employment Program to replace the term employment handicap with employment barrier and the term serious employment handicap with serious employment barrier, while most importantly, leaving the definitions unchanged. The Veteran Readiness and Employment Program helps former service members find jobs and ensure their mental and financial well-being are intact. Updating the terminology will improve efficiency and encourage disabled veterans to use the Veteran Readiness and Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, no veteran should have a discomfort advocating for themselves and seeking help for their service-connected disabilities. We'll continue to stay in this fight until every disabled veteran has what they need to get the assistance they've earned. On behalf of a grateful nation We can honor those who have given life and limb to serve by passing the very act. I urge my colleagues to do exactly that. And again, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say we passed this bill in the House last Congress only for the Senate to run out of time. I'm hopeful that this year the Senate acts quickly to send this bill directly to the President's desk. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
It's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 2625, the Veterans Employment Readiness Yield Act of 2025. I urge all my colleagues to support it as well. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all of our colleagues to support H.R. 2625, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2625? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 672 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 672, a bill to establish new zip codes for certain communities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Simon, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 672 designates single, unique zip codes for communities across the nation. There are currently over 41,000 zip codes in the United States. In some cases, zip codes are misaligned with local boundaries. H.R. 672 addresses the concerns of various localities and establishes new zip codes for communities across the nation. I want to thank the bill's sponsor, Mr. Diaz-Balart from Florida, for putting this bill together. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 672 would require the United States Postal Service to designate unique zip codes for a number of communities across the country, and this bill aims to address certain issues related to economic development and public safety regulations and mail delivery. For example, East Vale is a small town in Southern California that's home to 69,000 residents. It currently shares 2 zip codes with neighboring jurisdictions. Without a unique zip code, East Vale residents have reported mail delivery issues for delivery of legal notices, code enforcement, public outreach, and election mail. East Vale residents have also reported higher insurance rates because of the errors related to another jurisdiction. Reporting residents and disrupting their ability to obtain affordable wildfire insurance. And I appreciate the diligence of Congressman Diaz-Balart, the chair of the committee staff, and the other members in ensuring that each town being marked up in today's amendment version of this bill satisfies all of the committee's requirements and considerations. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me first start by thanking the chairman and the ranking member for their fine work. The ranking member already mentioned some of the issues that we're trying to solve this with this bill, and there's so many other communities that this bill will help, including Miami Lakes, which I have the privilege to represent. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is going to be the third time, if it passes, and I hope it will, that we pass this bill out of the House. This bill has a Senate companion, and Mr. Speaker, it's a bipartisan Senate companion. I want to mention the sponsors. It's Senator Rick Scott, Senator Joni Ernst, and also Senator Alex Padilla. It deals with a lot of issues that you've already heard about, but it's important to note that those are not small issues for those communities. They're problematic issues. And we've heard from mayors and local elected officials and constituents for many, many years, I think all of us, that this bill is dealing with. But I'm referring in particular to Miami Lakes in Miami-Dade County. And unfortunately, the Postal Service has done nothing about it. Miami Lakes alone has gone through the USPS's boundary review process 3 times. To no avail, which is, again, unfortunate. So while the Postal Service operates, by the way, on a fee-for-service basis and receives no direct appropriations, my team, my staff, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we've talked to the Office of Congressional Budget Office to make sure that there is no score with this. And the news is, because, again, as I just mentioned, this bill, again, does not score. I am confident, I sincerely hope that for the people of Miami Lakes and the folks around the country, that the third time will be the charm, that this will become law. I'm confident that it will. I would be remiss if I started by thanking the chairman of the committee and his staff. We never can thank the staff along with the chairman and the ranking member and the staff. But I also want to thank from my team, Vanessa Scott, who's on my staffer, who has worked day in and day out. We would be remiss if we didn't thank the Speaker, the Majority Leader, and the Whip, and all of the leadership for all of their doing to get this bill to the floor once again, and to all of the members whose districts will benefit. Thank you for your hard work. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no speakers. I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 672 to designate single, unique zip codes for communities across the United States. H.R. 672, which includes the community of Mills, Wyoming, would resolve long-standing issues that have continually impacted a host of services, ranging from the delivery of mail to confusion for the local fire department and utility providers, while also complicating economic development. With Mills zip code designation intertwined with Casper, Wyoming, the city has struggled with timely mail delivery, loss of property tax revenue and franchise fees, and incorrect census counts. Each of these issues poses significant challenges for Mills as it continues to grow, develop, and attract new residents across Wyoming and beyond. Passage of this bill will go a long way to correct this oversight, not only for Mills, but for communities nationwide. The City of Mills has been a tireless advocate for this legislation, and I am immensely proud to be a co-sponsor. I want to thank Representative Diaz-Balart and Chairman Comer for their steadfast leadership on this critically important issue and support this legislation to resolve these issues for my constituents in Mills. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 672, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 672 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3095 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3095, a bill to direct the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for certain communities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Simon, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Postal Service structures the delivery of mail around zip codes, 5-digit numbers that organize how to deliver the mail. There are currently over 41,000 zip codes in the United States. While zip codes are usually aligned with local boundaries, this is sometimes not the case. H.R. 3095 creates new zip codes for local communities listed in the bill and will help address concerns raised by these localities. I want to thank the bill's sponsor and my colleague on the House Oversight Committee, Ms. Boebert from Colorado, for leading this legislation. She has been a tireless advocate for these communities represented in the bill, and I appreciate her hard work and dedication. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3095 would require the United States Postal Service to designate unique zip codes for a number of communities across this country. This bill aims to address specific community concerns that about disrupted mail delivery and undeliverable mail, and while I commend Representative Boebert for her tireless work on this issue, I am unable to support this legislation at this time. After numerous conversations between the chair and former ranking member, late Mr. Connolly, the committee agreed on bipartisan basis that zip code designation bills would only be considered if they met the following criteria. 1, the designated locality must submit a letter from the local leadership stating the reasons for the zip code change. And 2, the community must also attest that they had petitioned the Postal Service for the unique zip code designation and was not successful. And lastly, number 3, that the legislation must be co-sponsored by all of the impacted members. Unfortunately, the bill had not satisfied the committee's requirements for consideration, and in fact, only a quarter of the 68 designated communities meet the committee's requirements. And we have heard from at least one affected member who is unfortunately opposed. Therefore, until the majority follows the procedures set forth by the zip code designation bills, the ranking member will oppose the bill today in its current form. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 10 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comer has been an amazing advocate in helping get this bill over the line once again, and I'm proud to stand here today and explain why this piece of legislation is so important. I rise with a deep sense of purpose and conviction to advocate for the passage of H.R. 3095, a common-sense bipartisan bill that directs the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for specific communities across our great nation, including 15 in my home state of Colorado, or Colorado, as my chairman would say. This legislation is not just about postal efficiency, it is about fairness, public safety, community identity, and ensuring that every town and city in America has the tools it needs to thrive. When the zip code system was first introduced in 1963, it was a revolutionary step toward modernizing mail delivery, streamlining operations for a rapidly growing nation. At the time, the United States Postal Service envisioned zip codes as a simple tool to improve sorting and delivery. But over the decades, zip codes have evolved into far more than postal convenience. They have become integral to how we navigate modern life. Economic developers rely on zip codes to attract businesses and plan growth. Insurance companies use them to calculate premiums. Emergency responders depend on them to locate homes and businesses in moments of crisis. Even in our online shopping and navigation systems are built around the assumption that every community has a clear, unique zip code. Yet, for too many towns and cities across America, this basic building block of modern infrastructure remains out of reach. Mr. Speaker, in my home state of Colorado, I have heard from my constituents who face daily frustrations because they share zip codes with neighboring towns. These are not abstract problems. They affect real people in tangible ways. Severance, Colorado, is a town of 11,500 people in Weld County, yet they have 6 zip codes that they correlate with. Imagine a family there waiting anxiously for an ambulance, only to learn that the first responders were dispatched to the wrong town because of a shared zip code. Picture a small business owner in Castle Pines, Colorado, working tirelessly to grow their company, losing critical deliveries and customers due to misdirected mail, or wasting time applying for permits with the wrong municipality. Consider the frustration of residents in towns like Silver Cliff, Colorado, who are overcharged for insurance because their zip code inaccurately places them in a higher risk area. And think of the local governments already stretched thin that lose millions of dollars in vital sales tax revenue because transactions are mistakenly attributed to neighboring jurisdictions. These challenges are not unique to Colorado. Across the nation, over 65 communities, from rural communities to growing suburbs, are struggling with these same issues. Governors, mayors, town boards, and everyday citizens have raised their voices, pleading for a solution. They are not asking for handouts or special favors. They are asking for the basic recognition of their community's existence, that they matter, and that they deserve the same tools for success as their neighbors. H.R. 3095 answers that call with a direct practical solution. This bill directs the United States Postal Service to assign unique zip codes to these communities, empowering them to better serve their residents, strengthen their local identities, and streamline their operations. A unique zip code is more than a number. It is a lifeline. It supports infrastructure planning by providing accurate data for economic development. It reduces mail inconsistencies, ensuring that packages and letters arrive where they are intended. Seniors and veterans have suffered vital and life-saving medication delays just because they were lost in the mail, which is entirely unacceptable and preventable. It enhances public safety by helping emergency responders locate those in need without delay. And it ensures that local governments receive the tax revenue they are rightfully owed, allowing them to invest in schools, roads, and community services. The current process for obtaining a new zip code is, frankly, broken. Communities must navigate a labyrinth of bureaucratic hurdles, submitting petitions to the USPS that are rarely approved. If their petition is denied, well, They are forced to wait up to 10 years before they can even reapply. 10 years, Madam Speaker. That is 10 years of lost opportunities, 10 years of misdirected mail, 10 years of unnecessary risk to public safety. This is not the kind of government our constituents expect or deserve. They expect us to solve problems, not extend them. H.R. 3095 cuts through this red tape with a clear directive to the Postal Service, assigning unique zip codes to these deserving communities. This bill is not about creating a new bureaucracy or imposing heavy-handed mandates. It is about empowering local governments and residents to take control of their future. It is about ensuring that every community, no matter how small, has a seat at the table and a voice in our nation's progress. I am proud to say that this bill has bipartisan support. This bill has passed out of the House in the previous Congress, and it will pass again. Republicans and Democrats alike recognize the importance of this issue. Mayors, town councils, and community leaders from across the political spectrum have rallied behind H.R. 3095, united by a shared commitment to fairness and efficiency, government efficiency, not something that we hear a lot of. This is not a partisan issue. It is an American issue, one that goes beyond political divides and speaks to our shared values of community, opportunity, and again, progress. As we consider this bill, let us reflect on what it means to represent our constituents. They sent us here to listen to their concerns, to hear from them, to fight for their needs, and to deliver results. The communities affected by H.R. 3095 have asked for our help, and it is our duty to respond. By passing this bill today, we can send a powerful message that no town is too small to be heard, that no community is too small to be overlooked to matter, and that we are committed to building a stronger, more equitable nation for all. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3095. Let us give these communities and the millions of Americans the representation, the recognition, the resources, the respect that they rightfully deserve. Let us ensure that every town has the tools it needs to thrive, from accurate mail delivery to reliable emergency services to robust economic growth. This is a moment to act with purpose. Let's be the bridge that heals this divide to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, by receiving a unique zip code, these communities will hold on to more than their tax revenue, improve their response times of first responders, and minimize issues with the postal deliveries to incorrect addresses. I have been honored to lead on this issue. It has been a passion of mine for the past 5 years, and I hope that we can finally get this signed into law. And maybe we were waiting all along for President Donald J. Trump's signature on this bill. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your support in this, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 3095. I yield.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now yield time to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Representative Sykes, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from California. Today, I rise in support of H.R. 395, a bill that would assign a new zip code to the City of Greene, a municipality within Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Establishing unique zip codes may not be what most folks think about when they are considering federal legislation. However, for the citizens and businesses and economy of the City of Greene, Ohio, it is in fact a matter of importance and priority. During the Greene State of the City address earlier this year, Mayor Rocco Jurgen proclaimed that he would actively engage towards working to get the City of Greene a zip code, a unique zip code. I promised the mayor at the State of the City that I would work with him hand in hand after several unsuccessful attempts to do so. We are now closer to that reality upon the passage of H.R. 3095. The City of Greene currently operates under 5 different zip codes: none of which bear the city's name. This situation has led to confusion, lost tax dollars, and a diminished sense of unity among residents and businesses. Aligning the zip code designation within the city's name will enhance community cohesion and promote a stronger civic identity. When zip codes were first assigned for this area, Greene was a township, mostly farmland, and a few businesses and fewer than 10,000 residents. In 1992, Greene was incorporated as a city. Now, 30 plus years later, its population has nearly tripled. It is the home of more than 1,200 businesses and is the fastest growing city in Summit County. Community members, elected leaders, and local businesses have all expressed their overwhelming support for a single zip code reflecting the city's name. The current multitude of zip codes create obstacles for these 1,200 businesses, including confusion for customers and suppliers about their location and challenges in daily transactions like assigning sales tax due to a zip code with a name designated to a separate county. Not even city, separate county. In fact, Greene identified $614,000 in unpaid taxes alone in 2023 attributed to this problem. This is an issue that community leaders, residents, businesses, and more have expressed their overwhelming support for a zip code for the city of Greene. They have attempted to work with the USPS with no avail, and so now we are here with legislation. I understand the procedural challenges that have plagued this bill, but I do ask that the members of this body not punish my constituents for those committee issues. And so I ask my colleagues in Congress to join me in support of this bill to ensure that the city of Greene receives the designation it deserves with a single unique zip code that bears its name. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. Earlier this year, Mayor Jim Bell of Weddington, North Carolina, reached out to me to let me know that the city had a problem. Having different zip codes across a single city has caused confusion about where residents file property taxes or even show up to vote. Concerned about how this problem might continue to compound, my office was able to work together with Representative Boebert to ensure that Weddington is included in today's legislation requesting a single, unique zip code. You see, representing my constituents has been an honor of a lifetime, and I've learned that there's no issue too great or too small that I can't champion for North Carolinians. Whether it's casting my vote for a once-in-a-generation tax reform bill like the One Big Beautiful Bill or today's zip code update, it's my mission to be a voice that responds to the needs of my constituents. I stand here today, Madam Speaker, to urge support for this package to ensure that communities across this country can have the clarity that they absolutely deserve. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3095, which directs the U.S. Postal Service to designate a unique zip codes for certain communities, including North Tustin in my district. North Tustin has been a pillar of our Orange County community and a census-designated place. However, its status as an unincorporated area has caused confusion for Postal Service and for tax purposes. For example, North Tustin residents are subject to the City of Santa Ana's sales tax despite not being represented or eligible for services or a vote in the local elections. Providing North Tustin with a unique zip code will create certainty for residents who have called North Tustin home for decades and provide clarity for tax purposes to surrounding areas and USPS. I want to thank Representative Boebert and the House Oversight Committee for working with me on this common sense bipartisan measure, and I'm hopeful that we can get through this through the finish line and help our communities. So I ask our colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more further speakers, and I'll reserve. Excuse me. I'm ready to close.
The gentlewoman is prepared to close. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers and are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ranking member opposes this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the Boebert bill. I urge passage, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3095? Those as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Switch committees for a minute, so not quite yet, once everyone gets set.
Yeah, I didn't see her making a move, so I thought she was okay. Which bill is this one? For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 183 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 170, H.R. 183, a bill to amend the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act to provide for a lifetime national recreational pass for law enforcement officers.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, and to include material on H.R. 183, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 183, the Law Enforcement Officer and Firefighter Recreation Pass Act, led by my friend and colleague on the Natural Resources Committee, Representative McClintock. This legislation helps recognize the selfless service of federal, state, tribal, and local law enforcement officers and firefighters with a well-deserved benefit, free annual access to national parks, forests, and other public lands managed by the federal government. This meaningful legislation ensures that the men and women who risk their lives to protect our communities can enjoy free access to our nation's most treasured public lands. The law enforcement officers and firefighters also play a critical role in protecting our public lands by responding to wildland fires, conducting search and rescue operations, responding to criminal activity, and preventing vandalism and resource destruction. For example, just over a year ago on the busy 4th of July weekend, Yellowstone National Park law enforcement officers neutralized a potential shooter headed towards a busy dining area in one of the most popular areas of the park. Their selfless actions and heroism saved countless lives, ensuring that this day of celebration did not turn into a day of tragedy. Whether it's a local sheriff in Minnesota, a wildlife firefighter in California, or a tribal police officer in Missouri, our law enforcement officers and firefighters dedicate themselves to the safety and well-being of others, often under incredibly difficult and dangerous circumstances. This legislation gives something back to those who give so much. This bill also promotes the use of public lands for recreation, health, and family time, particularly among those who may face long hours, stressful shifts, and dangerous conditions. Outdoor recreation is good for both mental and physical well-being, and this bill ensures our first responders can take full advantage of America's natural beauty. I commend Representative McClintock for his leadership on this bill and his continued work to expand outdoor access for the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense, pro-recreation, pro-first responder legislation. Let's honor those who serve by giving them the opportunity to enjoy the lands they help protect. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 183 would amend the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act to provide free America the Beautiful passes to law enforcement and firefighters, expanding outdoor recreation and ensuring Americans can access and enjoy our public lands is a shared bipartisan priority on the Natural Resources Committee. Currently, the National Park Service offers free national park and federal recreation land passes to certain groups, including U.S. military members and veterans. This legislation builds on this framework by waiving entrance, standard amenity, and day use fees at over 2,000 federal recreation sites for law enforcement officers and firefighters. These hardworking Americans put their lives on the line to protect and serve our communities every day. And America the Beautiful Pass is a small but hopefully meaningful token of appreciation for their public service. Furthermore, let me say I am glad to see my Republican colleagues acknowledging the importance of our public servants, and I hope they will join us in the spirit of this legislation to do more to support and protect all of our federal first responders. These public servants dedicate their lives to serving the American people. The administration has created chaos and confusion that adds to the difficulty of their jobs through federal hiring freezes, which has left them short-staffed. So in addition to showing our appreciation for these critical public servants and first responders, I hope my colleagues will work with us to make sure that our federal workers have the tools they need to do their jobs and to keep us safe, and also to keep our public lands open and operating and in the hands of we, the people. For too many of our public lands and parks, because federal employees have been fired, let go, pushed towards retirement, private entities are managing these parks, and so the America the Beautiful Pass is not able to allow free access to these public servants and people who have given their lives, put their lives on the line to protect and serve our country. So would love to work with everyone on that as well, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a comment, Madam Speaker, that the Republican Party will always defend the police and not defend. And I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from California, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As has been noted, H.R. 183 simply extends a lifetime National Parks Pass to the frontline public safety officers who every day risk their lives to protect our families and our communities. And it's the same courtesy we already extend to U.S. military members and their families, to our veterans, and to our Gold Star families. The CBO estimates its cost at about $500,000 a year. These men and women, just like those who serve our military, put their lives on the line to protect our families, and it seems fitting that we should extend this small courtesy to them. It's simply a way to say thank you to them, a simple but tangible token of our gratitude and esteem. I first introduced this legislation during the George Floyd riots, when BLM rioters were chanting, "Pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon," and leftist politicians were calling for defunding local police departments. We recently expanded it to include firefighters and wildland firefighters to whom we owe so much for protecting our homes and our towns and communities as well. The bill was proposed to me by Janine D'Agostini, the wife of then El Dorado County Sheriff John D'Agostini, as a small token of appreciation for law enforcement officers who were taking so much abuse when they were trying so hard to protect our families from those who would prey upon them. Well, it seems in those years the wheel has come full circle. And once again, law enforcement personnel are the target of doxing, violent demonstrations, and leftist officials who so often seem to take the side of the lawless against the law-abiding. Our hearts go out to the many officers of ICE and CBP and their families who have recently been subjected to violence and intimidation, often fanned by the extremist rhetoric of elected officials who ought to know better. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, while ICE was serving a court-ordered warrant in Carpinteria, a sitting member of this House doxed an ICE agent to a violent mob. That mob then took off after the agent and physically attacked him with rocks, injuring him seriously enough to require treatment in a hospital emergency room. This has to stop. And we want these brave men and women and their families to know that the vast, vast majority of the American people and a majority of this Congress and, of course, this President stand behind them, appreciate them, and honor their work. We depend upon them not only for our safety, but for the very rule of law itself. After all, without law enforcement, there is no law. And without law, there is no civilization. As people in sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Chicago, and New York are learning all too well once again. This bill was first introduced in 2021. It received a hearing in 2023, but was never marked up. It is long overdue, and I appreciate the House finally considering it today. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Okay, the gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do agree with my colleagues that we should defend the police and firefighters. I come from a family of police and firefighters who put their lives on the line every day when they went to work. And so I will happily work with my Republican colleagues to defend police and fire and make sure not to defund them by protecting their public pensions, their collective bargaining rights, cancer presumption, training grants and grants to our local police departments that are now being frozen and are putting us in limbo. And again, and this is a very real issue that I know I can work with my Republican colleagues on, making sure that our public lands are not being operated by private entities who refuse to recognize the benefits provided for in this law. This is happening across the country, and in my district, I know specifically where they refuse to grant the free entry for veterans and military personnel, and they say they don't have to because they are a private entity. So I would love to make sure that whoever's operating our public parks are keeping them public, and that these people who earned our trust and earn this benefit and every benefit that we can give them, that they actually are able to get that. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
I will close, Mr. Speaker, but I will say that 2 weeks ago, in the one big, beautiful bill, in that bill, there was 18,000 law enforcement officers that were to be hired. Not one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted for it. Mr. Speaker, ahead of our nation's 250th anniversary next year, this bill ensures meaningful access to our national parks and public lands and recognizes the immense service and sacrifice of our nation's law enforcement officers and firefighters. Before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 183 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 131 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 152, H.R. 131, a bill to make certain modifications to the repayment of the Arkansas Valley conduit in the state of Colorado.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Mrs. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material
without
on
objection.
H.R. 131 in the bill not under consideration. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 131 to finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, sponsored by Representative Boebert of Colorado. The Arkansas Valley Conduit, or AVC, is a 130-mile pipeline that serves 39 communities and 50,000 people east of Pueblo, Colorado. Once completed, it will deliver water to an area of the state that faces severe water quality issues. The AVC was authorized by Congress as part of the Frangipan, Arkansas project in 1962. Over 60 years later, construction on this project has barely started, largely due to cost increases and have outpaced the community's ability to pay. In 2009, Congress amended the original legislation to help address the project's increasing price tag. Unfortunately, rising construction costs over the past few years have continued to delay this critical water project. The legislation before us today would further modify the repayment contract to ensure that these communities have reliable access to domestic water supplies. These communities have been waiting for over 6 decades for a reliable water source. H.R. 131 will ensure this project can finally be completed. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 131 seeks to address a long-standing water infrastructure challenge in southeastern Colorado. The Arkansas Valley Conduit is a 130-mile pipeline first authorized in 1962 to deliver water from the Pueblo Reservoir to communities facing ongoing water supply and quality issues. Despite decades of work, the project remains unfinished, primarily due to financial constraints. This bill would revise certain repayment terms to provide additional flexibility for local stakeholders to help finance the project and begin delivering clean, reliable water to rural communities. My Democratic colleagues and I are committed to addressing the barrier that rural communities face in securing clean water. That's why we passed historic water infrastructure investments under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act from the Inflation Reduction Act. Since 2022, the IIJA has provided $500 million for the Arkansas Valley Conduit. These investments are critical for ensuring communities across the West that they have reliable access to clean drinking water, especially as climate change is continuing to make drought. Thank you very much to my colleague, Representative Boebert, for bringing this forward. I urge support for H.R. 131, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support on this bill. I rise to speak in favor of my bill, H.R. 131, finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act to help complete construction of a critical infrastructure project that will provide tens of thousands of Southeast Colorado residents with access to clean water. Southeast Coloradans have waited decades for the completion of the Arkansas Valley Conduit, and while we have made a lot of progress in the recent years and the first 2 segments of the project are under construction, we still have a long way to go. This bipartisan and bicameral legislation will help the Bureau of Reclamation and local governments finally complete this major water project. Rural communities in southeastern Colorado need and deserve access to clean, reliable, and affordable water that they can utilize on a daily basis. Once completed, the Arkansas Valley Conduit will provide 7,500 acre-feet of water per year to as many as 50,000 Coloradans across 40 different communities in Pueblo, Otero, Bent, Kiowa, Prowers, and Baca counties. The Arkansas Valley Conduit was originally approved for construction as a part of the Frying Pan Arkansas project that was signed into law by President John F. Kennedy in 1962. Congress amended this law in 2009 to tackle water quality concerns and make clear that 35% of total project costs would be repaid with interest from miscellaneous revenues. The original 1962 law also made clear that the cost of annual operation and maintenance for this important project would be paid for by the Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District. Radium, uranium, and other naturally occurring elements are found in the surface and groundwater in southeastern Colorado, and the water quality is problematic year-round because of its salinity, selenium, sulfate, hardness, and manganese levels. The Bureau of Reclamation has found these contamination levels are so severe that local communities could see the costs of their drinking water triple without this legislation. The Finish the AVC Act will ease the burden of inflation costs that have caused the original $640 million estimate of construction in 2019 to rise to more than $1.3 billion. There have been a number of modifications to the proposed Arkansas Valley Conduit over the years that have reduced the cost by as much as $200 million. I want to thank the Bureau of Reclamation and Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District for working with us in drafting this critical legislation. I am grateful to have their support as we work to get this bill signed into law. Access to clean water is not a luxury, it is a necessity, and Southeast Colorado families and businesses deserve a reliable and sustainable water supply. It's time we fully and finally fulfill the promises the federal government made to the communities I represent in Colorado and finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your support on this bill, and I urge adoption. I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve, and I have no more further speakers.
Okay, so the gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill provides increased financial flexibility for the construction of the long overdue water infrastructure improvements in rural Colorado. I'd like to thank Ms. Bogert for her diligent work and attention to these issues. Arizona is no second citizen to this, so we want to see this happen and help everybody. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 131 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Well, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1043.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 148, H.R. 1043, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to convey certain federal land in Arizona to La Paz County, Arizona, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their
Without
remarks
objection.
and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1043, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of my legislation 1043, the La Paz County Solar Energy and Job Creation Act. My bill requires the Secretary of Interior to convey 3,400 acres of BLM land in La Paz County, Arizona for rural, economic, and solar development. If you've ever visited southwest Arizona, Mr. Speaker, you'll know it's pretty darn sunny. Conveying the land to the county for solar maximizes the potential for renewable energy generation and unlocks employment opportunities for county residents. It's simple: energy and jobs. This conveyance is vital to the financial future of La Paz County. Once established in 1983, La Paz is home to nearly 17,000 residents with a median household income of $49,000 per year. Its primary focus for economy is farming economy, with nearly 78% of cash receipts deriving from the sale of crops, like sugarcane and alfalfa hay. As Arizona expands its technology and semiconductor industries, it is critical to meet the needs of our energy grid. And I believe we must take an all-the-above aspect of energy approach to ensure the grid's reliability. In fact, on July 9th, Arizona's largest utility providers, APS and SRP, reported a state record of energy demand as we were hit by a heat wave. Luckily, Arizona did not have a blackout, but we must meet the growing needs for electricity. Mr. Speaker, this has been a legacy priority of mine since 2015. In 2019, the House passed the first allotment of the land for the county. And now my bill conveys the remaining acres to provide the maximum benefit of the renewable energy production and a vibrant local economy. Importantly, this bill respects the land's cultural and tribal significance. It requires consultation with the Colorado River Indian tribes if any tribal artifacts are uncovered during that conveyance process. But it also enhances the partnership between the county and the tribes for years to come. At a time when Congress is exploring all opportunities for cost savings, the La Paz Solar Energy and Job Development acts as a win-win. The county receives opportunities for jobs and economic development, and the federal government receives a financial benefit for otherwise undeveloped lands. My neighbors in La Paz County need a hand up, and I hope that I can count on my colleagues to help lend that helping hand. I once again ask my friends to support this legislation, H.R. 1043, and our nation's domestic energy dominance. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1043, the La Paz County Solar Energy and Job Creation Act, introduced by my colleague from Arizona, Representative Gosar. This bill would allow the Department of the Interior to convey approximately 3,400 acres of BLM land in La Paz County in Arizona for renewable energy generation and energy storage. La Paz County has significant solar energy potential and is working to develop the largest solar installation in the United States. This project represents a step towards our clean energy future and underscores the support for renewable energy development and infrastructure, particularly at the state and local level. H.R. 1043, led by Congressman Gosar and Arizona Senators Gallego and Kelly, reflect the kind of bipartisan cooperation we need more of in Congress. After Republicans' reckless budget bill rolled back critical renewable energy programs, I hope this bill signals at least a partial recognition that in America we must keep building, not dismantling, our clean energy capacity where possible. The legislation will help power thousands of homes with affordable, reliable energy, support the creation of good-paying jobs, and boost the local economy, all while reinforcing our commitment to energy independence. Importantly, this bill ensures that the Colorado River Indian tribes and the Tribal Historic Preservation Office are actively consulted to protect any culturally significant artifacts. This is the right way to approach land transfers: collaborative, respectful, and forward-thinking. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan, future-focused bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve my continued.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, American energy is America first. My bill means more American jobs, more American energy, and more American prosperity. On January 20th, 2025, his very first day in office, President Trump declared a national energy emergency to expedite permitting and emergency regulations to unlock domestic energy production. Now it's time for Congress to do its part. This modest land conveyance will empower the people to meet the national demand for energy generation with countless jobs and the capacity to power thousands of American homes. I thank the chairman of the committee, Mr. Westerman, and committee staff, my colleagues on the Natural Resource Committees for helping me bring this legislation to the floor today. And a special thank you to my Arizona delegation co-sponsors, my good friends, Representative Biggs and Schweikert. I once again ask all my colleagues to support my legislation, H.R. 1043, the La Paz County Solar Energy and Jobs Creation Act. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1043? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3382 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 95, H.R. 3382, a bill to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to carry out a study and rulemaking on the definition of the term small entity under the securities laws for purposes of Chapter 6 of Title 5 United States Code and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of this bill, H.R. 3382, the Small Entity Update Act. Small businesses are the backbone of this country. Everyone on both sides of this aisle know that. They drive innovation and job creation in our districts, but they're often limited from reaching their full capacity or capability because of over-regulation. Our subcommittee chair, Ann Wagner's bill, addresses this challenge by directing the SEC to carry out a study and a rulemaking to modernize the definition of a small entity and ensure that small firms are given tailored, proportional oversight. Years ago, I had the privilege of serving as a non-executive chairman for a small-cap public company board of directors. I know firsthand the critical need for attention at what we're dealing with here today. Mrs. Wagner's bipartisan bill will empower our small businesses to focus on growth, hiring, and innovation rather than unnecessary red tape. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is the gentleman reserved?
Gentleman reserved.
Okay, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
This bill directs the SEC to carry out a study in rulemaking, if appropriate, on its definitions of small entities under the Regulatory Flexibility Act. This study and rulemaking would ensure that the Commission more carefully accounts for impacts on small businesses when engaging in rulemakings. The Regulatory Flexibility Act provides small entities with a greater opportunity to participate in the development of certain regulations and will result in more small businesses being included in the definition of small entities under the Act, in effect giving them a louder voice when it comes to the development of SEC regulations that directly apply to them. Democrats work to secure important language ensuring investor protection remains a key focus of the bill, balanced with the needs of facilitating capital formation and, of course, protecting our small businesses, which are so critical and are a lifeblood to our country and the jobs in our country. I want to thank Ms. Wagner for agreeing to these changes when this bill was marked up in committee and urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record the CBO estimate on this bill.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. I'd now like to call on the gentlewoman from Missouri, who is the chairwoman of our Capital Markets Subcommittee and the author of this bill for such time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman very, very much for his support. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3351, the Improving Access to Small Business Information Act. I'd like to thank my colleagues from both sides of the aisle, Representatives Kim and Gottheimer, for their work on this common sense bipartisan piece of legislation that will give American small businesses and entrepreneurs a stronger voice at the SEC. H.R. 3351 offers a straightforward solution to empower the SEC's advocate for small business capital formation, the advocate, making it a more effective champion for American entrepreneurs. I also, Mr. Speaker, would like to talk a little bit about my bill, H.R. 3382 at this time, the Small Entity Update Act, and thank my colleagues across the aisle, Congressmen Castenheim, Scott, and Torres, for their support of this impactful bipartisan legislation, which ensures that the SEC fairly weighs the regulatory burdens faced by small business and its rulemaking. This bipartisan bill would direct the SEC to assess the costs of compliance for small and growing businesses, ensuring that regulations placed on these businesses are not overly burdensome. Specifically, the bill would direct the Commission to conduct a study followed by a rulemaking consistent with the results of such study every 5 years, including defining the term small entity under the Regulatory Flexibility Act. Simply put, small businesses can't afford the extensive legal and regulatory expertise that large multinational firms employ to comply with every regulation while still managing their operating costs. Recognizing that company sizes and market dynamics constantly evolve, my bill requires the SEC to update its small entity definition every 5 years. For our economy to flourish, Congress and regulators must ensure that all policies consider their impact on America's millions of small businesses. Mr. Speaker, by creating a more focused regulatory approach for small entities, the Small Entity Update Act will make it easier for entrepreneurs across the country to achieve the American dream. I urge all my colleagues to vote for this bill, H.R. 3382, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to close. I yield to my friend.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. First, again, I'd like to thank Ms. Wagner for her leadership. I also want to thank Mr. Hill, the chairman, for his leadership and friendship. I'm very grateful. Small businesses make up the backbone of our nation's economy. Congress and the SEC should be doing everything within their power to support small businesses and to ensure that the laws and rules that they draft adequately take their capital needs into consideration. This bill gives small businesses a bigger say in how SEC rules and regulations impact them and will allow them to continue to thrive. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of Mrs. Wagner's work. This is exactly the kind of common sense bipartisan legislation that our constituents expect us to pass. To lower the cost and encourage companies to be public is a good thing for our nation. It'll grow the economy faster. Companies can go public at a sooner time in their growth period. And for all those reasons, as I've explained, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3882 as amended? 3382. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Back to this. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3351 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3351, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify that actions of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation are not a collection of information under the Paperwork Reduction Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3351, the Improving Access to Small Business Information Act. The SEC's Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation is a vital tool for small businesses and entrepreneurs. The advocate hears firsthand from business owners about the real-world issues that they are facing when raising capital. But outdated regulations make it more difficult than it needs to be. Our current laws can trigger the full weight of the Paperwork Reduction Act when the advocate's intention is to simply collect feedback from these small businesses. That's simply bureaucratic overreach run amok. Mrs. Kim's bill provides a simple, practical fix. It clarifies that the advocate's outreach activities are not subject to the Paperwork Reduction Act's requirements. Removing these unnecessary burdens will strengthen the advocate's ability to shape policy based on real-world business experience. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
The Paperwork Reduction Act, Mr. Speaker, mandates that all federal agencies receive approval before putting forth a paper form or survey that will impose an information collection burden on the general public. Although well-intentioned, the Paperwork Reduction Act often prevents federal agencies like the SEC from obtaining data from the public, the very data that assists the agencies in carrying out their missions. This bill streamlines the ability of the SEC Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation to carry out its mission by exempting it from the requirements of the Act in the same way the SEC's Office of the Investor Advocate is exempted. In effect, it enables a small business advocate to properly do its job by providing it with the information and data it needs to draft regulations that actually help small businesses raise capital without imposing costly demands. I want to thank Ms. Kim for her bipartisan leadership here and her friendship and all she does, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the author of this important legislation, our distinguished member from California, Mrs. Kim, for such time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, for yielding. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3351, the Improving Access to Small Business Information Act. Orange County, which I'm proud to represent, is home to over 100,000 small businesses. It takes grit, perseverance, and commitment for entrepreneurs to make an idea into a reality. To help with some of those challenges facing small businesses, the Securities and Exchange Commission created an Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation. Each year, the Office of the Advocate hosts events across the country, including California. These events aim to support small businesses and better understand the issues that they face in raising funds. Unfortunately, burdensome regulations often prevent the advocate from asking the right type of questions. Former director of the Office of the Advocate, Ms. Martha Miller, said that, open quote, the office went through a year-long process just to collect registration information for our annual forum and ask a few basic questions to understand the audience attending, end quote. The unfortunate truth is that regulations handicap us from understanding the needs of small businesses. My bill is very simple. The legislation would specify that activities like conducting field surveys carried out by the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation are not a collection of information under the Paper Reduction Act. Currently, OMB's approval process is prolonged and bureaucratic, which delays feedback collection from small businesses and their investors. Preventing these delays will enable the advocate to gather more effective and timely data. The better information that the advocate can gather, the better the SEC can respond, and the better off our small businesses will be. So thank you, Representative Gottheimer, for working with me on this common sense legislation. And I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 3351. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
I yield to my friend. We're prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, which will reduce the paperwork burden on SEC staff and therefore their ability to advocate for the needs of small businesses within the agency's rulemaking and regulatory process. Thank you again, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I yield the balance of my time. For the reasons I've explained, I support Mrs. Kim's common sense bill. I think it makes it better for everyone involved if we have easier access to the information we need to streamline policy and make it easier for our small businesses to raise the capital that they need to be successful. With that, I reserve the balance of my time. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3351 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Request to record the yeas and nays.
I'm sorry. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this bill will be postponed. Thanks. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3343 as amended.
The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar Number 89, H.R. 3343. A bill to amend the federal securities laws to specify the periods for which financial statements are required to be provided by an emerging growth company and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3343, the Green Lighting Growth Act. Currently, Title I of the Jobs Act allows emerging growth companies, EGCs, to provide 2 years of audited financial statements rather than 3 years in an initial public offering registration statement. However, there are exceptions that cause confusion. Mr. Herodopoulos' bill provides clarity to Title I by directing that current and former EGCs do not need to provide financial statements for a period earlier than the 2 years of audited financial statements required during the EGC's initial public offering. This will increase efficiency and eliminate situations where emerging growth companies were unexpectedly required to provide more extensive disclosures than necessary. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a special accommodation for their smaller size and to reduce their regulatory burden, emergency growth companies known as EGCs are typically only required to provide 2 years of audited financials when they first go public. Other public companies, on the other hand, are required to provide 3 years of audited financials when they go public. In some situations, an EGC must provide 3 years of financials, such as an EGC acquiring another company or conducting a follow-on offering after its IPO. This bill would eliminate this regulatory hurdle by ensuring EGCs only need to provide 2 years, not 3, of audited financials across the board, whether for an IPO, an acquisition, or follow-on offering. This bipartisan legislation will further reduce the burden on EGCs trying to raise capital, cutting red tape and burdensome regulations to help unleash economic growth. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, on this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to the gentleman from Florida, the author of this important bill, our committee majority whip, Mr. Herodopoulos, for as much time as he will consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on this and the opportunity to present today. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support to ask my colleagues to support 3343, the Greenlighting Growth Act, a bill in which I introduced with Sub-Chair Ms. Wagner. This bill will make the business easier for small companies right here in America. That's something we all agree on. But too often, regulations make it harder than it should be, especially for entrepreneurs and emerging businesses trying to make the next step. In 2012, Congress worked to fix that problem, passing the Jobs Act to create a more affordable path for smaller companies to go public, raise capital, and fuel the next wave of American innovation. But there's a problem. After going public, these same companies can get hit with extra paperwork if they try to grow through acquisitions. This bill the current law currently undermines the incentives that the Job Act set up, so we look to change it with 3343. The bill fixes the problem, and it keeps the rules simple and consistent so that small companies can focus on growing and not growing government paperwork. That means more companies will go public, raise capital, grow, and create jobs. That was the goal of the Jobs Act, and that's what this bill will accomplish. Small businesses should be punished for success, and they should be encouraged to grow, build, hire, and do that right here in the good old USA. This is a simple, targeted fix with a big impact. It cuts red tape, keeps America's capital markets open and accessible for the next generation of job creators. Let's greenlight growth. Let's pass this bill and keep America's strong economy. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3343, and with that, I yield back to our chairman.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
I'm prepared to close, and I yield to my friend.
The gentleman is recognized from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
When emerging growth companies were created during the Bipartisan Jobs Act nearly a decade ago, the goal was to make it easier for new companies to access capital with less red tape, while still ensuring their investors have critical disclosures. This bill ensures that EGCs are treated consistently by balancing the need for financial transparency while also ensuring burdensome regulations are not so high that it stifles innovation and hinders growth. I want to thank Mr. Herodopoulos for his bipartisan leadership on this legislation. And again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time. For the reasons that Mr. Herodopoulos so eloquently argued, I ask all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3343 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1469 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 94, H.R. 1469, a bill to create an interdivisional task force at the Securities and Exchange Commission for senior investors.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 1469, the Senior Security Act. According to the FBI, over 100,000 seniors fell victim to fraud and exploitation just last year. Their total losses were over $3 billion. Just last year, a senior citizen from my home state fell victim to an investment scam and lost over $5 million of his life savings. Mr. Gottheimer's good bill addresses this issue head-on by establishing a dedicated senior investor task force within the Securities and Exchange Commission. They will monitor trends, threats, and recommend policy changes aimed at protecting our seniors from financial exploitation. This bill has enjoyed broad bipartisan support in prior Congresses. It helps ensure that our older investors are not left vulnerable in an increasingly complex marketplace. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in this Congress, as in previous Congresses, I introduced the Senior Security Act to protect vulnerable seniors from fraudsters who seek to take financial advantage of them. And we're bringing it again this Congress and working very closely with Ms. Wagner, and I'm grateful for her leadership as well as the chairman's leadership, and as well as the ranking member who's been very supportive. Millions of seniors across the country, including my own mother of blessed memory, have been the victims of financial scams, and far too many have been cheated out of their retirement savings. It's appalling, it's offensive, and it's unacceptable. Senior scams have more than doubled since 2020. These senior scams cost older Americans more than $36 billion a year, with the average victim losing $34,000 from these crimes annually, not to mention the pain you can't put a dollar amount on. What's worse is that the majority of cases of elder exploitation are not reported. We're here today to do something about it by passing my Senior Security Act to help protect American seniors from these shameless criminals. This bipartisan legislation will create a senior investor task force at the Securities and Exchange Commission that will be a cop on the beat, ensuring that we do everything possible to stop hucksters from scamming our seniors. Every 2 years, the task force will also submit a report to Congress outlining trends and innovations, including robocalls and voice spoofing, and all the developments in AI that are impacting seniors to help us stay ahead of changes in financial scams. We must protect our seniors from having their hard-earned retirement savings stolen right out from under them, as the chairman just mentioned in his own state. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense bipartisan legislation.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have asked unanimous consent to insert in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield as much time as she will consume, our chairwoman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner of Missouri.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1469, the Senior Security Act. I thank my colleague, Representative Gottheimer, for his work on this vital piece of bipartisan legislation that will strengthen protections for senior investors. I am proud to be the co-lead of this bill. Fraud and exploitation jeopardize the integrity of our capital markets. When this illicit activity specifically targets senior investors, it poses an even graver threat, impacting those who often rely most on their investments. According to the FBI in 2023, senior investors fell victim to scams and fraud totaling over $3.4 billion in losses, an increase of approximately 11% from the year prior. The Senior Security Act is designed to reinforce and enhance our safeguards protecting senior investors from financial fraud and abuse. H.R. 1469 creates the Senior Investor Task Force within the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is tasked with reporting on industry trends and challenges impacting investors over the age of 65. The task force will also make recommendations for changes to existing legislation and regulations to address the unique issues faced by our senior investors. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1469 has received strong bipartisan support in the past, passing by suspension in the last 3 Congresses. It remains a common-sense solution to ensure that senior investors receive adequate protection against fraud and exploitation. Again, I want to thank Mr. Gottheimer for his work on this bill and his partnership on other efforts to protect senior investors, including my Financial Exploitation Prevention Act. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1469, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I yield to my friend for his closing.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Thank you. Senior scams, as we've discussed and as Ms. Wagner just pointed out, have exploded over the last decades. With new technologies like AI, these scams are becoming and will continue to be ever more prevalent in the years ahead. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, which will allow the SEC to better understand and respond to this growing crisis. I want to thank Ms. Wagner for her partnership on this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank my friend from New Jersey for this excellent bill. I know that Congress has consensus on it. I hope in this Congress it becomes law. I spent a good part of my career both in commercial banking and in investment management and investment brokerage, and all through that time, the protection of our seniors was top of mind by leaders in all those enterprises. And yet, we still have this terrible problem across our country. I think having this point person at the SEC will make it more responsive, more effective, do better training, take better planning actions to protect our seniors. I thank my friend from New Jersey and Mrs. Wagner. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1469 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For purposes, the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3339 as amended.
Okay. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 97, H.R. 3339. A bill to require certification examinations for accredited investors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 3339, the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act. The accredited investor definition is severely outdated. And while its intention is to protect investors, its overly broad definition excludes millions of Americans who are experienced and knowledgeable enough to invest in private markets. Wealth alone should not be the sole determinant as to who can invest in these markets. My friend from Nebraska, Mr. Flood's bill, provides a merit-based alternative to this by the establishment of an exam that allows individuals to qualify as accredited investors by demonstrating their understanding of investments in private markets. This is a smart, common-sense modernization of these outdated rules that provides a meaningful step towards making private markets more accessible. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve.
Reserves, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in both this Congress and last, I've been particularly outspoken about the risk of retail investors investing in private securities. Amongst other things, private securities lack sufficient transparency, have longer lockup periods, and are much more volatile and less liquid than their public counterparts. It is critical that anyone who invests in these risky assets have sufficient knowledge of those risks. Currently, companies or the brokers they hire can only solicit these, and I quote, investment opportunities, quote unquote, to individuals who have been deemed to be accredited investors. This definition is currently based on a person's income and net worth, meaning only those making a certain amount of money or possessing a big enough bank account have access to them. But anyone can tell you that just because you have a lot of money doesn't make you knowledgeable about the markets. Knowledge is the key here, and the definition needs to be revised to center around this core concept of knowledge and expertise. The committee has heard from investors who want to invest their own money in some of these risky and illiquid investments. I don't want to be barred from investing just because they don't meet the wealth or income test. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act addresses this problem by allowing an individual to qualify as an accredited investor if they pass an exam that ensures they are properly versed in the risk of investing in the private markets. With this change, ordinary investors who want to invest in private securities can now do so, assuming they pass the test, which would establish that they are keenly aware of the specific pitfalls related to high-risk and illiquid securities, as well as the conflicts of interest presented when financial professionals try to sell them these products. Last year, committee Democrats worked with former Chairman McHenry and my colleague, Mr. Flood, to ensure that this test contains specific, robust elements that the Republican witnesses at previous financial services hearings talked about when discussing how they teach and mentor their budding investors. I'm so glad that the Financial Services Committee agreed to make the test available free of charge to anyone who's willing and able to go through the rigor. And finally, I want to thank my colleague from across the aisle, Mr. Flood, for working with the committee Democrats on a bill that ensures that the SEC is appropriately overseeing this exam process. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. I now, with pleasure, yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Nebraska, your home state, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Flood, the author of this important bill, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker from Nebraska. I'd like to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for their support. I'd also like to thank my co-lead on this bill, Congressman Cleo Fields, for all of his work. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act would expand the accredited investor definition to include individuals that are certified through an exam written by the SEC and administered by FINRA. Accredited investors are individuals that are allowed to participate in investment opportunities that are not generally available to the broader public, like private offerings. Most current pathways to becoming an accredited investor are based on your balance sheet, your wealth, your income. This bill opens up a brand new pathway for allowing investors' knowledge to be the determining factor in whether they are able to become an accredited investor. In my view, wealth alone is not a particularly strong judge of whether someone should be, quote unquote, an accredited investor or not. A better one is whether someone has the knowledge to accurately weigh the benefits and risks of private offerings. In 2020, the SEC started allowing professional investors with credentials like a Series 65 or a Series 7 to become accredited investors. This was a very helpful step forward, but licensing requirements for brokers and investment advisors go beyond what is needed to properly weigh the risks of private offerings for an individual's personal finances. Following the principle that merit, not just wealth, should guide who can become an accredited investor, an exam specifically written to determine the sophistication of investors is a natural next step. The exam created by this bill is meant to strike the right balance between rigorously testing for sophistication and not being set to touch such a difficult standard that even an intelligent investor could not pass it. This bill is a common sense, bipartisan product that will expand opportunity in our capital markets. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, thank the chairman, and yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
The representative is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise as a co-lead of the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act with my Republican colleague, Representative Flood from the great state of Nebraska. Our bill will unlock capital for entrepreneurs and small business owners who've been left out for far too long. Current law allows only millionaires to invest in the markets that fuel small businesses, shutting out countless Americans, especially women, veterans, and people of color, based on wealth, not knowledge. Our bill addresses this by creating an exam to assess your ability to understand financial risk when investing in private markets, enabling a more diverse group of people to invest responsibly, regardless of their net worth. This legislation creates a new path for capital to reach more hands. In my state, the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce has told me that this legislation would help close the capital gap for diverse business owners. Small business leaders say that it's not a lack of ideas, but a lack of capital that holds them back. This bill opens up new sources of funding from a pool of investors more reflective of the community, so that these founders can turn their vision into jobs and economic growth. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense bipartisan legislation today. I thank Representative Flood, Chair Hill, and Ranking Member Waters for their leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Does the gentlelady reserve?
Is this where I'm going to close?
Does the gentlelady reserve?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the manager has no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, we have no other further speakers, and so I'm prepared to close, and I yield to the gentlewoman from California.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Compared to investing in publicly traded securities, private securities contain lots of risk. They are less liquid, harder to value, and are more volatile than their public counterparts. It is therefore essential that anyone investing in these products fully understand the risk involved, just as prospective divers must pass a written test. Drivers, that is, must pass a written test displaying they understand the rules and dangers of the road before given access to a car. This bill puts that common sense principle into practice by creating an SEC-administered test investors can take if they want to invest in private securities. In doing so, we adequately balance investor protection while providing folks with sufficient freedom to do what they please with their hard-earned dollars. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield time to the, I'm sorry? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For all the reasons that we've identified that the changes need to be made in the accredited investor rule after 40 years, I think the changes proposed by the gentleman from Nebraska are solid. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3339 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3357 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 90, H.R. 3357, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to require issuers with a multi-class stock structure to make certain disclosures in any proxy or consent solicitation material and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and yield myself such time as I may consent.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 3357, the Enhancing Multi-Class Share Disclosures Act. Multi-class structures have existed in American capital markets for many decades, helping founders retain control of their companies without holding a majority of the economic interest. These structures are important for certain business models, like family businesses, but they also raise questions about transparency and shareholder rights. Since this information is not required to be disclosed, shareholders might not always understand how control is concentrated within a public company. Mr. Meek's bill right-sizes this issue by requiring companies to provide clear information about voting power, especially where insiders or significant shareholders hold outsized influence. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Meek's bill closes documented gaps around multi-class governance structures. Multi-class governance structures are those where corporate insiders or beneficial owners retain an outsized amount of voting power relative to their shares. These structures, while they may add value, pose significant risk, making transparency ever more important for investors. Specifically, these structures pose significant risk for investors, including limited investors' ability to influence management, direct strategy, and hold misaligned boards accountable. Under current rules, the difference between a corporate insider's voting power and their ownership interest, regardless of how large that gap may be, is often disclosed in ways that are difficult for an ordinary investor to comprehend. Accordingly, the SEC Investor Advisory Committee recommended that the Commission amend its rules to ensure that this gap is better identified and quantified for investors via disclose ratio. This common sense bill adopts this recommendation to ensure investors have the clearest information available to make the best decision for themselves. This bill is supported by Council of Institutional Investors whose members manage trillions of working families' assets. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and is the sponsor of this legislation.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 3357, the Enhancing Multi-Class Share Disclosures Act. And I want to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for their leadership and efforts to bring my bill to the floor today. Thank you very much. Publicly traded companies are critical to this country's economic dynamism and wealth creation. Their shareholders, including everyday American families, believe in the potential of these companies, and demonstrate this faith by investing in their equities. This flood of new capital allows companies to do research and development, hire Americans, and innovate for the greater good. My legislation strengthens our capital markets by requiring more transparency around multi-class shareholder companies. For annual shareholder meetings, companies will have to disclose the true distribution of voting power when insiders, like directors or executives, hold more voting rights than their ownership share would suggest. An imbalanced power structure could limit other investors' ability to direct strategy or hold boards accountable. Basically, this bill gives Main Street investors the complete and full picture, the necessary information to make smart and informed decisions. So let me be clear. I very much understand the benefit of multi-class share structures and think they have a place in corporate governance. Major companies from outside the United States have chosen to list in New York City precisely because we have more flexible multi-class structures. But our advantage over other financial hubs like Hong Kong and Shanghai is not just one set of regulations. It is the transparency and openness of our capital markets, and transparency strengthens markets. So by doubling down on our strengths, this bill will further cement our competitive lead and aid investors along the way. So I call on my colleagues to support my legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentlelady from California, does the gentlelady wish to reserve? Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman from California doesn't have any other speakers, and I would yield to her. I have no further speakers, should she be prepared.
And I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Meek's bill clarifies for investors the truth around multi-class shares, specifically the difference between a corporate insider's ownership interest versus their true voting power. These two things are generally disclosed in ways that are hard for everyday investors to understand. And this bill solves that problem by ensuring this gap is quantified for investors via a clearly disclosed ratio, as was recommended by the SEC Investor Advisory Committee. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, as I say, in support of this bill. I agree with the ranking member of the full committee. It deserves a strong bipartisan support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3357 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas
Mr.
seek
Speaker,
recognition?
I'd request the yeas and the nays.
The gentleman from Arkansas having requested the nays and yeas, all those in favor of taking this note by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2384 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 67, H.R. 2384, a bill to establish an independent financial technology working group to combat terrorism and illicit financing and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 2384, the Financial Technology Protection Act. Last week, the House passed critical digital asset legislation, setting the stage for the United States to reclaim our global leadership position in financial technology and digital assets. This week, we build on that momentum to further strengthen our role in global finance. As our technological world evolves, so must the tools that we use to combat the potential new threats associated with it. The Financial Technology Protection Act creates a forum to ensure that our law enforcement can keep pace with illicit actors seeking to exploit these technological developments for their own gain. Mr. Nunn and Mr. Himes' bill establishes an independent financial technology working group to combat terrorism, money laundering, and other illicit finance through the use of financial technologies, including digital assets. The group will conduct independent research on the illicit use of new financial technologies and develop legislative and regulatory proposals to improve anti-money laundering and counterterrorism financing efforts here in the United States. This common sense bill also requires private sector stakeholders to be members of the working group, bridging a gap between law enforcement and the private sector and allowing individuals with boots on the ground experience to inform law enforcement's efforts and strategies. Because of that, I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this good bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 2384, the Financial Technology Protection Act, sponsored by Representative Nunn and Representatives Himes. This bill seeks to establish an independent financial technology working group to combat terrorism and illicit financing and for other purposes. This group is made up of both federal agencies, companies dealing with financial technology, and companies that engage in researching the impact of financial technologies in global markets. It would be tasked with evaluating emerging financial technologies, including digital assets, to assess their potential use in combating terrorism and illicit activities. It will conduct research on how bad actors may exploit these technologies and recommend legal and regulatory improvements to Congress and relevant agencies. Additionally, the working group will develop a strategy to address sanctions, evasion, and other illicit finance concerns. The bill mandates that the group to issue an annual report for 4 years, providing updates on its findings and recommendations. Why is this needed? We know that Russia has used crypto exchanges and alternative payment platforms to try to bypass the sanctions imposed after its brutal and unlawful invasion of Ukraine. Hamas and other terrorist groups have turned to cryptocurrencies to funnel resources toward violent operations against innocent civilians, as was exposed in the investigation following the violent October 7th attacks on Israel. North Korean hackers operating as arms of the regime have stolen billions of dollars in cryptocurrency through cyber attacks, laundering those funds to bankroll their illegal weapons programs and bypass international sanctions. These are not hypothetical risk. These are real, ongoing threats to our national and global security. Thus, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that the CBO estimate for this bill be placed in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Iowa, the author of this bill, all the time that he can possibly consume.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hill, for your leadership on this, as well as Ranking Member Waters. I rise today in strong support of 2384, the Financial Technology Protection Act of 2025, a bill that I am honored to both lead and author, but it is created out of a vast network of partnership on both sides of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this Congress cemented the United States as the crypto capital of the world, and the leadership of members of this chamber on both sides took meaningful steps to lay a foundation for a robust digital asset framework, one that fosters innovation, creates clarity, and protects consumers. Now, we can start making sure that this foundation is built in a safe and secure way for every American. We build directly on the momentum and the strength of our national security posture at this very critical time. We all know that blockchain technology and digital assets are here to stay, and it's good that they're here in America. The question is not whether this technology will shape the future, it's whether the U.S. or other competitors, particularly those in China and the Communist Party, will write the rules of the road for the future. As a counterintelligence officer, I have seen firsthand how terrorists and hostile regimes weaponize technology for illicit finances and for cybercrime. That includes the use of anonymous digital platforms to launder money, to fund terrorism, to bypass the very sanctions this chamber has helped lead. However, the transparency and traceability of blockchain enhances our law enforcement's ability to intercept these threats, recover stolen funds, and deliver justice for everyday Americans. In fact, just weeks ago, the U.S. Department of Justice used blockchain analytics to intercept over $250,000 intended to go to deadly Hamas terrorists who would have used it to threaten U.S. forces in the region. Last year, the United States, working with our international partners, utilized blockchain technology to help dismantle a Russian money laundering scheme that seized more than $22 million in illicit funds, many of those taken from Americans right here at home. This is a threat to America's very national security. From dollar-backed digital assets, we have the ability to help not only defend our men and women serving on the front line from illicit actors who would use weapons bought with this illicit technology to threaten them, to the very mothers, fathers, and grandparents who are being taken advantage of by foreign actors to steal their money to fund this type of threat. Mr. Speaker, this bipartisan bill establishes a working group, a task force of sorts of key federal agencies that include our intelligence experts, private organizations, private sector leaders who are experienced in this, all focused on combating terrorism and illicit finance on digital platforms. This team is helping to develop the legislative technology and fusion of critical information to help establish the best techniques, tactics, and procedure to be able to stop this at its very inception. By preventing anti-money laundering and addressing national security risks, we're able to help stop the illicit finance activities that do real harm to the United States. By passing this bill, we strengthen national security, protect digital assets, and ensure the next generation of financial and technological innovation is created right here in the U.S. I want to thank Chairman Hill for his leadership and long vision in making this happen, and particularly my gratitude to my Democratic colleague, Representative Jim Himes, who's also the ranking member on the Intelligence Communities, or the HPSC, who knows firsthand the threats that these pose, as well as Senator Ted Budd, who is championing this effort in the Senate. Together, we have worked on this vital legislation. We're empowering our government as well as our private sector leads to be the vanguard in protecting our nation. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Iowa yields back to the gentleman from Arkansas. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no other speakers.
Does the gentleman from Arkansas have any additional speakers beyond himself?
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close, so I'll be happy to yield to my friend, the ranking member from California.
The
Thank you very
gentlelady
much.
from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Cyber criminal syndicates supported by North Korea and rogue states like Russia are already exploiting financial technologies to evade sanctions, fund war and terrorism, and destabilize democracies. Ignoring these threats is not an option. This working group is an initial robust approach to gaining an understanding of how to address these terrorism threats and prepare to meet and predict them. I thank Representatives Nunn and Himes for introducing this bill, and I again urge my colleagues to support it. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to myself. Mr. Speaker, I rise again in strong support of this bill. Mr. Nunn is doing good work here, and I appreciate his leadership as a former counterintelligence officer, someone who's brought that expertise to his work here in this House. I appreciate my friend from Connecticut, our distinguished ranking member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, lending his expertise to this bill, because for years we've talked about how do we fuse private sector information, like in our financial services sector, with law enforcement to come up with better strategies to counter illicit finance, whether it's in trade-based money laundering, the use of cash, hawala, now digital assets, or just plain old the banking system. So I thank my friend from Iowa and urge a strong bipartisan support on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2384 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise and I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3395 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 98, H.R. 3395, a bill to require the Comptroller General of the United States to carry out a study of the costs associated with small and medium-sized companies to undertake initial public offerings.
The gentleman from, or rather pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3395, the Middle Market IPO Underwriting Cost Act. Currently, companies have 2 options for raising capital: an initial public offering, an IPO, or a private offering. Less companies are choosing to take the IPO path because of the upfront cost of going public, as well as the high operating cost public companies experience due to SEC reporting rules. Before a company files for an IPO, they often spend tens of millions of dollars to gather and compile information to submit to the SEC. These mandatory information requirements exclude or dissuade many companies from even considering an initial public offering. The study required by Mr. Himes' bill will help Congress, the market, better understand the costs associated with small and medium-sized companies going public through the IPO process. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. This bill requires the SEC to study the cost encountered by small and medium-sized companies when undertaking their initial public offering of their securities to the public, otherwise known as IPO, as well as certain other offerings that are exempt from SEC registration. When going public, companies tend to hire underwriters like investment banks and other professionals like attorneys and accountants to help prepare the IPO. Underwriters serving as intermediaries between companies and prospective investors typically receive a set percentage of the IPO price as compensation for their work. Large companies have in recent years been able to negotiate lower percentages for this process, which reduces their overall fee. At the same time, smaller companies have continued to pay the same historic percentage for this service. Simply put, this bill sheds light on how much small and medium-sized companies are paying for their underwriting fees, which will allow these companies to negotiate lower prices. I urge all of my colleagues to support my friend from Connecticut's common sense measure. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request unanimous consent to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Objection? So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who is also the ranking member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and is also the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a big thank you to Ranking Member Waters, the gentlelady from California, and to my good friend French Hill of Arkansas for their support of this bill. Just to elaborate for a minute on what I think is the need for this bill, this grew out of the work we did many, many years ago on the Jobs Act, in which we observed that the regulatory expenses faced by a company seeking to go public were roughly $2 to $4 million in size. It is also true that a small IPO, a medium-sized IPO, anything up to about $200 million is subject almost always to a 7% gross spread. That's 7% of the proceeds, or in the case of a $200 million offering, $14 million. $150 million offering, $10 million, well more than twice the regulatory cost that we identified in working on the Jobs Act. What's very strange about that 7% fee is that regardless of what period of time you examine, IPOs from about $30 million up to about $200 million are always subject to a 7% fee. Now, all of us who observe markets know that that is odd behavior in what should be a competitive market. This is money, of course, that goes to the investment banks that underwrite these IPOs. I know because I spent many years working in those investment banks. So the bill here simply says, having done the work that we did on the Jobs Act, what can we do to examine the underlying market forces or non-market forces creating this 7% gross spread and costs of many, many millions of dollars for companies when they are small and capital is at a premium. This study, I think, would illustrate some things that would allow us to do even better than we did in the Jobs Act and make it that much more possible, maybe even probable, for companies to seek capital in our public markets. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back and thank once again the chairman and the ranking member of the committee.
The gentleman from Connecticut yields back, and the gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers. I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman from California is, and I would yield to her for that purpose.
Thank you very much.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers. I yield myself the balance of the time. I support Mr. Himes' bill, which will shed light on how much smaller and medium-sized companies are paying for their underwriting fees to go public. I hope it will finally put pressure on the SEC to address this important issue for smaller companies. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote from both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3395 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1764 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 15, H.R. 1764, A bill to accord securities issued by the International Development Association the same exemptions from the securities laws that applies to the securities of other multilateral development banks in which the United States is a member.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, will each control. Recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of Ranking Member Waters' bill, H.R. 1764, the aligning SEC regulations for the World Bank's International Development Association Act. This legislation classifies securities issued by the IDA as exempted securities, subject to appropriate reporting requirements as determined by the Securities and Exchange Commission. This change would place the IDA on equal regulatory footing with the other World Bank divisions, such as the Inter-American Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the African Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, prior to 2018, the IDA did not issue debt in the securities market. Its funding came primarily from donor contributions and repayments on past loans. But as the IDA evolves to meet the needs of the world's poorest nations, it has entered the capital markets to expand its resources and thus its impact. It's only logical and fair that its securities receive the same exemptive status consistent with previous treatment of multilateral development bank securities. Supporting IDI's access to efficient financing would reflect the United States' leadership in global development and our commitment to the world's most vulnerable populations. Mrs. Waters' bill is bipartisan, it's practical, and it's overdue. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1764, the aligning SEC regulations for the World Bank's International Development Act. The International Development Association, IDA, is an example of both the value of our multilateral institutions and America's leadership in these organizations. The IDA is the World Bank's lending arm, and it is one of the most effective tools we have to combat poverty and instability worldwide. The IDA offers grants and low-cost or no-cost lending to help the poorest nations to invest in their futures, improve the lives of their citizens, and create more prosperous communities for the long term. The United States, as the largest donor to the IDA, helps to direct where and how these funds are used. My bill would exempt IDA securities from Securities and Exchange Commission regulations, just as other World Bank arms have been exempt for decades. This ensures that IDA can continue raising capital efficiently, allowing it to direct resources that are needed the most. This is needed because in April 2018, IDA began issuing securities on the bond market, which are also distributed in the United States. But these securities are not exempt from SEC's registration and regulatory framework. Congress passed legislation in 1945 and 1954 exempting other arms of the World Bank, including the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Finance Corporation, from SEC's regulation. Importantly, this gave the SEC the ability to recall these exemptions if the SEC finds that they are harmful to U.S. investors. Moreover, many other multilateral development banks, of which the U.S. is a member, are exempt from the SEC regulation. SEC exemptions for these securities are warranted as they are backed by the commitments or equities of the largest economies of the world. including the United States. These securities tend to be AAA rated, which is the highest investment grade, making them safe investments for all investors. Harmonizing the exemption regime available for MBDs with that of IDA would enhance IDA's ability to raise capital in the United States without weakening investor protection. In turn, it will be able to use these proceeds to provide increased funding for the world's poorest countries. Importantly, too, the bill retains the SEC's ability to revoke these exemptions should it find them harmful to U.S. investors. One additional but important note: this bill comes to the floor as we await the 6-month review mandated by Donald Trump's February 4th executive order directing the Secretary of State to determine in which international organizations the U.S. should continue or from which it should withdraw. Inexplicably, that includes World Bank, among other international financial institutions. The United States has long been a leader in the IFI, like the World Bank. Our leadership in these institutions provides us with a strong voice to improve global economic stability, decrease poverty, and boost prosperity. Our membership advocate for high standards, push for transparency, and drive economic reforms that benefit not only developing nations, but our own national security too. It is wrong, then even unconscionable, that Donald Trump would put America's leadership in question. It's the kind of thing that only one beholden to Russia and China would do. Thus, I urge my Republican colleagues to speak out against the president's suggestion that we retreat from the world stage and loudly oppose any outcome of this review that will harm America's economic leadership across the globe. I urge my colleague to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to add the CBO estimate on this bill in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman from California has no other speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California
I
is
have
recognized.
no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. This bill simply exempts IDA securities from SEC regulations, aligning with other World Bank arms, which have been exempt for decades. By making IDA securities equal to similar funds, the World Bank will have additional funds that can be applied to its mission to help the poorest of nations. The United States has long been a leader in the international financial institutions, and this is one way that we can protect our leadership and stretch the value of our contributions to the World Bank. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this very practical bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1764? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise and move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1716 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1716, a bill to deter Chinese aggression towards Taiwan by requiring the Secretary of the Treasury to publish a report on financial institutions and accounts connected to senior officials of the People's Republic of China to restrict financial services for certain immediate family of such officials and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1716, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act of 2025. This excellent bill, introduced by our conference chair, Ms. McClain, demonstrates that the United States is a vital partner in supporting Taiwan, and we must remain committed to supporting Taiwan as China continues to increase its military presence across the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. and Taiwan have maintained a firm stance against any forceful efforts to change Taiwan's status for nearly 5 decades. That posture is as important now as ever. A component of the Taiwan Relations Act mandates that the President inform Congress when China makes any attempt to threaten Taiwan's national security. Once that notification is made to Congress, Conference Chair McClain's bill would require the Secretary of Treasury to disclose the estimated illicit funds of China's top officials in Beijing. This bill is modeled after the Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act, a bipartisan bill that I was pleased to sponsor, which became law last year. Congresswoman McClain's bill does exactly what the title says. It seeks to deter China from making a terrible mistake and promises financial penalties for senior Chinese officials should they make the wrong decision and choose to attack Taiwan. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this excellent bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1716, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative McClain and co-sponsored by Representative Sherman. Recognizing that China is a threat to Taiwan and to democracy globally, the United States must strongly and overtly support Taiwan, in part by pushing back on China's over-provocation toward Taiwan. As recently as last month, China flew over 70 warplanes over the Taiwan Strait, encroaching into Taiwanese territory and raising new concerns about Chinese government aggression. The commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command shared in his April congressional testimony that the Chinese military pressure on Taiwan has reached a, quote, rapid boil, quote, unquote. Month after month, the Chinese Communist Party government further presses at the edges of Taiwan's security and America's support for Taiwan. This Congress must speak loudly about our concern about such international actions by the Chinese government, actions that could intentionally or unintentionally lead to an escalation of China's conflict with Taiwan. H.R. 1716, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act of 2025, is one sensible avenue to do so, requiring the Treasury Secretary to publish a report on and restrict senior officials of the People's Republic of China and their families from financial institutions and accounts in the United States. The report mandated by the bill is intending to raise public awareness of hidden and corruptly gained funds that are directly or indirectly controlled by such officials. For those listed in the report and their immediate family members, the bill would also restrict U.S.-based financial services, intending to limit the financial options for these officials and to extend the deterrent or punitive impacts to their family. Both actions would only occur under the bill if the President uses a never applied and hopefully unnecessary clause in the Taiwan Relations Act, which would require congressional notification due to a China-led threat to, quote, the security or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan and any danger to the interests of the United States arising therefrom, end quote. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put the CBO estimate on this bill in the record.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. I now yield to the lady from Michigan, our conference chair, Mrs. McLean, the author of this bill, such time as she may consent.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act. The United States cannot afford to be complacent in the face of growing Chinese aggression. As a proud representative from the state of Michigan, a state that knows the value of manufacturing, trade, and international stability, I know firsthand how vital peace in the Indo-Pacific to American jobs and our economy is. Taiwan is not only a democratic partner, it's also a key player in the global supply chain, especially for semiconductors that power everything from our cars to our national defense system. This bill sends a clear and bipartisan message. If the CCP rages war against Taiwan, there will be consequences. We're talking real, targeted consequences for corrupt CCP elites. Their financial dealings and offshore accounts will be exposed and published for the Chinese people to see. We are not provoking conflict, we're actually working to prevent it. Deterrence is strongest when it is credible. And right now, credibility means passing this bill. The Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act is not just about Taiwan. It's about standing up for American values, protecting American interests, and preserving peace through strength. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation that I was proud to introduce. Let's show the world that the United States stands firm against communist aggression and alongside our allies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any additional speakers on this side of the aisle, so I would yield to my friend from California for her closing.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. I support H.R. 1716, co-sponsored by my colleagues, Representative McLean and Representative Sherman. This bill supports Taiwan in combating Chinese provocations against Taiwan. This bipartisan bill proposes to restrict top officials in China from having significant transactions or engagement at American financial institutions and aims to expose hidden funds of Chinese officials if the Taiwan Relations Act congressional notification is ever triggered by a United States president, especially now as China increases its forays into Taiwanese territory. The United States Congress should support stricter measures against China's government, sending the message that we will not tolerate the next step beyond its incursions. I support H.R. 1716 to protect global security and democracy, and I support doing more to accomplish this goal. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a yes vote on this important bill to deter China, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1716? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. 1716 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise and I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1450.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 34, H.R. 1450, a bill to require the Office of Foreign Assets Control to develop a program under which private sector firms may receive a license to conduct nominal financial transactions in furtherance of the firm's investigations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in this bill.
Without objection.
I yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 1450, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act. When it comes to combating illicit finance, effective public-private partnerships are critical. Tracking and disrupting sophisticated financial crime networks require cooperation between our government and private sector experts. These partnerships play an integral role in our ability to safeguard the U.S. financial system and our national security. Mrs. Beatty's common sense bill authorizes private sector firms operating under an OFAC license to conduct nominal transactions with sanctioned entities, allowing them to more effectively trace funds and uncover illicit networks during financial crime investigations. The gentlewoman and I agree that while the private sector can provide a helping hand in tracking down bad actors, it's ultimately the government's responsibility to provide clear legal guidance and guardrails to support that effort. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman.
I rise in support of H.R. 1450, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, sponsored by Representative Beatty. This bill will require the Secretary of the Treasury to develop a pilot program at the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, by which private sector firms like blockchain and analytics firms or the financial intelligence units within correspondent banks could receive a license to send or receive normal financial transactions and to and through sanctioned entities. These small amounts could yield big details that would further our understanding of what is happening, by whom in sanctions, invasion, and money laundering investigations. We need what this bill proposes because as the global anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism regime has become increasingly effective in detecting and deterring the abuse of the financial system, bad actors have often moved their transactions into illicit markets and spaces to use technologies and methods that are harder to track. Investigative efforts by firms and in-house functions dedicated to tracking down these attempts to avoid detection help banks and governments, among others, to identify bad actors, accounts, and technologies used by criminals and terrorists. They are limited, however, in how far they can see into these dirty operations. One of those limitations in the visibility into the financial transactions of bad actors is due to sanctions, which appropriately and forcefully prevents parties from engaging with targets of sanctions. Investigators, whether in private firms or large bank intelligence units, must stop a transaction from finding evidence that suggests a wallet, account, or address may be associated with a sanctioned person. With the specific licenses envisioned by this bill, OFAC would closely manage narrow and explicit exceptions to its sanctions programs to allow investigators to engage with sanctioned persons in order to gain more visibility into the opaque networks and practices. Again, OFAC would be limited to allowing only nominal amounts for such traceable transfers. The bill also ensures that there is robust oversight of this process, requiring the recipients of these specific licenses to report to OFAC monthly on their findings. This is similar in concept to the keep open letters that government officials provide to financial institutions to keep open suspicious accounts so the government can watch the transactions and follow the money, because H.R. 1450 would help investigators better follow the money to make their sanctions and money laundering investigations more fruitful for the United States government, banks, and others that employ such services. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent to insert the Congressional Budget Office estimate for this bill in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to ask my friend from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, I yield him 1 minute to talk about the aspects of this bill from his perspective of being a former counterintelligence officer.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chairman Hill. I rise in strong support of the bipartisan OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, which I am proud to co-lead with my friend on the other side of the aisle, the representative from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. Terrorist networks like Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Russian Mafia, North Korean cybercriminals are no longer relying solely on traditional cash couriers or shell companies. They now exploit financial platforms, adopting increasingly sophisticated approaches to fund acts of terrorism. These organizations adapt quickly, using every loophole in the global financial system to be able to mask their origin and the destination for their funds that threaten U.S. forces abroad. Fortunately, the United States is home to the world's most advanced financial technology firms and data analytics companies. Just this spring, the FBI, working hand in hand with blockchain's forensics team on the private sector side, seized $1.5 billion in stolen digital assets from North Korea's affiliated Lazarus Group. That's why I'm so proud to be able to work together on legislation which establishes a pilot program within the Department of Treasury to enable private sector firms to collaborate with Treasury to enhance our investigative leads. These teams working together, fusing the best information, help provide a vital tool in combating the evolving threats posed by terrorism. With that, thank you, Representative Beatty. Thank you to the House Financial Services Committee, and I yield back the remainder of my time in support of this bill.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Finance, and Financial Institutions.
The gentlewoman
and is the sponsor of this bill.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congresswoman Waters. I rise in support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 1450, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, which I am very proud to co-lead with my colleague, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn. This bill, Mr. Speaker, requires the Secretary of Treasury to develop a special licensing pilot program within the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, and it will be administered by the Office of Foreign Assets Control. This pilot project would grant private sector firms a temporary specific license to conduct nominal financial transactions with sanctioned entities to assist with law enforcement investigations. These private firms would be, for example, as you've heard, blockchain analytic firms or the financial intelligence units within correspondent banks. The common sense legislation seeks to enhance the tools at our disposal to investigate sanctioned individuals and entities and to hold bad actors accountable, and that's very important. You see, this concept is similar to, as you've heard by our chairwoman, an open letter, which gives governments, when the government asks, that is when a government asks a bank to keep a suspicious or illicit account open. As it stands now, private financial firms are currently limited to their capacity to engage with sanctioned entities due to a robust sanction regime. But that also means that it's impossible to access data about bad actors' networks and methods, intelligence that would be great assistance to law enforcement agents, to government, to consumers of their products, and the financial industry overall, Mr. Speaker. So by giving OFAC the authority to tailor the parameters of the specific licensure pilot program, this legislation enhances our investigatory toolbox while guaranteeing essential protections. For example, the specific license would be well defined and narrowly applied, ensuring that private firms only conduct nominal transactions. For example, $5, $10, or so they can collect better data and intelligence. Lastly, the program would have strict oversight, requiring that licensure recipients provide detailed monthly reports to OFAC on their activities and findings under the license. This innovative bill harnesses the vast resources of private sector and allows the federal government to work collaboratively with financial firms to further our national security goals. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join our chairman, to join our ranking member, and my colleague, Mr. Nunn, in supporting this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if Mr. Hill has no further speakers.
The majority has no further speakers. We'll yield to the gentlewoman.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. This bill, H.R. 1450, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, from Representative Beatty, would develop a program at the Department of the Treasury that would allow financial crime investigators, including those at the Office of Foreign Assets Control, that is OFAC, to better trace and understand the efforts by bad actors to evade sanctions and launder funds by allowing nominal amounts to be directed through certain accounts with stringent U.S. government oversight. Banks, government agencies, and others seeking knowledge about how these bad actors behave and are connected will benefit. This bill will help to keep our financial system and national security secure. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1450? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 3095, H.R. 3351. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3095 as amended. The clerk will report the title. On which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3095, a bill to direct the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for certain communities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 278, the nays are 121. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3351 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3351, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify that actions of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation are not a collection of information under the Paperwork Reduction Act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 387, the nays are 12. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Over here. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Craig Goldman, be removed as a co-sponsor from H.R. 4244.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. Members, take your conversation off the floor. The House will be in order. California seek recognition for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Today I rise with my colleagues in the California delegation to mourn the loss of 3 heroic sheriff's deputies who were tragically killed last week while serving in the arson explosives detail of the Special Enforcement Bureau, the largest loss of life in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department since 1857. Together, they gave 74 years of distinguished service to Los Angeles County. Detective William Osborne joined the department in 1992. He worked as a detective for over a decade before taking on a new role as an Emergency Vehicle Operations Center instructor in 2016. He became an arson and explosive investigator in 2019 and finally gave back as a mentor to new investigators. He is survived by his 6 children and his wife. Detective Victor Lemus joined the department in 2003, became a canine handler in 2017, and an arson investigator last year. He received commendations for his ability to mentor and train fellow deputies, as well as notable arrests involving career criminals. He is survived by his wife and 3 daughters. He also has 3 sisters who work in the department. Detective Joshua Kelly Eklund joined the department in 2006 and became an arson and explosive investigator in 2022. He was known as an outstanding field training officer who is professional and articulate. He is survived by his wife and 7 children and was a proud resident of the Santa Clarita Valley in my home district. Their loss is a sobering reminder of the risks these heroes take every single day. Their families, colleagues, and loved ones are grieving the unimaginable. Today, we stand with them in solidarity, in sorrow, and in gratitude. Let us now join together in a moment of silence to honor their service, their sacrifice, and their memory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Go for it. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. Let's take the conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Center Safe, which celebrates 50 years of providing confidential and professional services for victims and survivors of domestic, dating, and sexual violence. CenterSafe began as a grassroots effort in 1975 as the Center County Women's Resource Center. Since then, it has grown from one-room operation in State College to 3 locations: the administrative offices in Sylvia Stein Shelter in State College, the Counseling and Legal Advocacy Satellite Office in Bellefonte, and the Child Access Center in Bellefonte. While CenterSafe began as an agency by women for women, it works to support all survivors and victims. It offers a 24-hour crisis hotline, emergency shelter, crisis counseling, legal advocacy, and representation and transitional housing. CenterSafe also works to address violence before it begins by educating children and youth about healthy relationships. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence has no place in American society. Victims often feel that they have nowhere to turn, but for the last 50 years, CenterSafe has been a safe place for those who need support in times of crisis. And for that, we are grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I only have 1 minute today, but I wish I had 6 or 7. Wildfire season is upon us. Over the weekend, we saw the Cram Fire in Central Oregon grow to more than 95,000 acres, making it the largest wildfire of the year so far in the United States. I'm grateful for the firefighters and local authorities who bravely responded and who are continuing to fight the flames. And thanks to them, the fire is now over 70% contained. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, while Oregon firefighters are out saving lives and homes, President Trump is freezing the funding they rely on, and that is unacceptable. Whether it's for pushing out evacuation alerts or maintaining shelters, this funding is key to keeping our neighbors safe and prepared. That's why I can't stop and won't stop fighting to ensure our communities have the resources they need. And to my constituents, please continue to follow the direction of local authorities, have an evacuation plan, and prepare a go bag. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to rally support for addressing the growing abuses of vision benefit managers, or VBMs. The industry is dominated by 2 vertically integrated giants whose actions are undermining healthcare access and threatening the existence of independent eye care practices in all of our districts. It is concerning that some VBM patient and doctor mandates appear to be aimed solely at benefiting the optical products, labs, patient data gathering, and mass retail operations built around them. The growing VBM acquisition and control over independent eye care practices that have created worrying conflict of interest issues. As I speak, VBMs are attempting to link physician reimbursement not to quality care standards, but solely to their own product sales. We must protect against VBM schemes that invade the safeguarded sanctity of a doctor's exam room. Confronting VBM abuses is the central focus of my bipartisan bill, the Doc Access Act, as well as multiple active investigations in Congress and by the GAO, FTC, and others. I ask you to join me, the patient and consumer advocates like Patients Rising, the National Consumer League, and the American Optometrics Association to ensure VBM accountability is a priority in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the House will vote on a bill to reduce clean water standards, setting our country back in our fight for clean water. I've worked for 3 decades to improve the water quality in the Long Island Sound, and having seen the progress that we've made, I know that we cannot stop our commitment now. Just last week, I attended a roundtable with the Long Island Sound Citizens Advisory Committee to discuss how we in Congress can work with them to preserve Long Island Sound. This roundtable built on an event in Rye in June where a new 10-year conservation and management plan was signed. I've signed on to 2 bills, the Estuaries Act that will preserve Long Island Sound and 27 other estuaries of national significance, and the Long Island Restoration and Stewardship Act that reauthorizes grants made possible by the Clean Water Act through fiscal year 2029. We must keep clean water standards high in order to protect and preserve our bodies of water. We may not get another chance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my remaining time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the illustrious career of Colonel Rhett A. Blackman, Commander and District Engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Galveston District, a true servant leader. Colonel Blackman assumed command of the Galveston District on July 15, 2022, and quickly became a vital partner to Texas' 14th District. Under his leadership, Mr. Speaker, the team oversaw more than $7.4 billion with the B dollars in infrastructure projects, ranging from flood control to coastal protection that directly strengthened our communities. His military service spans decades with combat and command roles across Iraq, Afghanistan, and the Indo-Pacific, as well as academic service as an instructor at West Point. His leadership has always been defined by integrity, courage, and excellence, Mr. Speaker. Our nation is stronger and safer because of dedicated men like Colonel Blackman. As he retires from active duty, we honor his legacy of military service, unmatched professionalism, and his deep love of country. Colonel Blackman, thank you for your selfless sacrifice and faithful service. Brenda Gill and I wish you and Lindsay and your family every blessing in retirement. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a true pillar of our Northwest Ohio community, Mr. Joe Safarowitz, an educator, mentor, and lifelong advocate for young people. For more than 5 decades, he has shaped lives, not just by teaching in the classroom, but by investing in the boundless potential of every child he encountered. From the halls of St. Agnes Elementary to the classrooms of Toledo Public Schools, Mr. Safarowitz inspired generations with his belief that every student, no matter their circumstance, deserved opportunity. And even in retirement, he has never stopped lifting others up using art as a tool to reach at-risk youth, guiding young minds toward hope and purpose. His impact is evident in the voices of his former students, leaders, public servants, and community members who credit his encouragement as a turning point in their lives. At the end of March, those students gathered to celebrate Joe's 80th birthday. We, too, celebrate his life of service, kindness, and unwavering dedication to the future of our region. May his legacy remind us all, a great teacher never stops teaching, and a great heart never stops giving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're heading into the peak of the fire season in the West. The last thing California and other Western states need is even more red tape stopping firefighters from doing their jobs. Our state and most of the West burns every year. We've seen entire towns wiped out time and again, people killed, homes, power lines, forests, wildlife gone. And now, right when we should be preparing to fight fires faster and smarter, environmental extremists are trying to ban the aerial fire retardant that the aircraft drops onto the fires by dragging them into a Clean Water Act debate. This is insane. These airdrops save lives using this retardant. It's a well-known product, a known product, long time in use. All of a sudden, they want to now sue over it. This product helps slow the fires down, giving the firefighters a chance to set up and stop them from spreading even more to tens of thousands more acres. We're not talking a theory here. We're talking about something that's been used in practice, real tools that have been used safely for decades. The smoke alone from one major wildfire does more harm than a targeted retardant drop ever could. The Permit Act, coming to the floor this week, cuts through this bureaucracy, allowing firefighters to have this material they need to effectively fight fire. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentle lady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn the cruelty of the Hyde Amendment and reintroduce the EACH Act to end it once and for all. It is 2025. In 1976, when I was a mere 2 years old, a congressman from Chicago was livid at the thought that a woman could be in control of her own body, especially a black or brown woman. So he came to this floor and put forward an amendment with a simple, cruel aim to ban as many people as he could from getting abortion care. And with that robotic precision, this institution has rubber-stamped this amendment in budget after budget. The Hyde Amendment denies abortion care to patients who receive their care through Medicaid, CHIP, and other government programs. Once in my lifetime, we defeated this amendment in the House, a testament to activist organizers and my mentor, Congresswoman Barbara Lee. And Mr. Speaker, in my lifetime, we will defeat it once and for all, because everyone deserves access to fundamental health care, and that's exactly what abortion care is. No man, no king, no coward should come between us and our bodies. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, Americans' utility bills are going up, and this administration's actions are just making things worse while giving out favors to the fossil fuel industry. Last week, employees of the Department of Interior received a memo, and basically what the memo said was that Secretary Burgum has to personally approve every single wind and solar project. This will add red tape to renewable energy developments while stifling new technology and innovation, and it's just ridiculous. We want to be a leader in clean energy, but instead we're having the Secretary personally having to approve of every single project. They're cutting off the future of American renewable energy and leaving a void for our adversaries to fill. And our federal government should be investing in new innovations that help lower utility costs and allow Americans to live better and healthier lives. But instead, this administration is doing favors for the fossil fuel industry and picking energy favorites. So I think this is bad for every single American, and I think we need to stand up against it. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
For 1 moment and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern for the future of education in our country. The White House's last-minute decision to freeze $7 billion in congressionally approved Department of Education funds threatens essential programs the families of my district rely on. In Maryland alone, more than 150,000 children participate in after-school programs, and nearly 120,000 rely on summer programs. And for every 1 student enrolled, 3 more are on the wait list. These programs give parents assurances that even outside of school hours, children are learning, receiving healthy meals, and building meaningful relationships. But don't just take my word. Let the kids in my district speak. This Next to Me was sent by those from Girls, Inc. in Washington County, an amazing program that my family has long supported. Parents should not be left scrambling to choose between looking after their kids and working to put food on the table. In rural districts like mine, publicly funded programs and programs like Girls, Inc. are invaluable. I stand firmly with Maryland Attorney General in fighting for those funds the families are counting on. And I thank my Senate colleagues on both sides of the aisle for speaking up, and I urge my colleagues in the House to do the same. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks. When Congress isn't in session, there are always interesting articles in the paper that I think demand a little bit more attention. Over the weekend, or late last week, there was an article that said that in the United Kingdom, in a few years, we're going to begin having 16-year-olds vote. Since frequently problems in America happen in Great Britain first, I think it's something we should pay a great deal of attention to. About 6 years ago in this body, an amendment was offered allowing 16-year-olds to vote in federal elections. Well over half the Democrats voted in favor of 16-year-olds. Why would one want to do that? 16-year-olds have nowhere near the wisdom and experience to make decisions as to who to vote for elections. The only way you'd want to do it if you want to manipulate these young minds in the schools across the country. I, like I think many other people, would have voted entirely differently when I was 16 than when I was 26. We have to be on the alert, and our comatose press corps should be asking the Democrats now where they stand on the 16-year-old voting age. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations declared in Executive Order 13581 of July 24, 2011, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13863 of March 15, 2019, is to continue in effect beyond July 24, 2025. The activities of significant transnational criminal organizations have reached such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Such organizations are becoming increasingly sophisticated and dangerous to the United States. They are increasingly entrenched in the operations of foreign governments and the international financial system, thereby weakening democratic institutions, degrading the rule of law, and undermining economic markets. These organizations facilitate and aggravate violent civil conflicts and increasingly facilitate the activities of other dangerous persons. Significant transnational criminal organizations continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations declared in Executive Order 13581. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the situation in Mali declared in Executive Order 13882 of July 26, 2019 is to continue in effect beyond July 26, 2025. The situation in Mali, including repeated violations of ceasefire arrangements made pursuant to the 2015 Agreement on Peace and Reconciliation in Mali, a coup d'etat resulting in the termination of that agreement, the expansion of terrorist activities into southern and central Mali, the intensification of drug trafficking and trafficking in persons, human rights abuses, and hostage-taking, a further coup d'etat, the presence of foreign mercenaries threatening peace, security, and stability, and the intensification of attacks against civilians, the Malian Defense and Security Forces, the United Nations Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in Mali, MINUSMA, and international security presence continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13882 with respect to the situation in Mali. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21st, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Consistent with applicable law, including Section 112I4 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7412I4, I hereby report that I have issued a proclamation providing exemption for certain stationary sources from compliance with the final rule published by the Environmental Protection Agency titled National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants. Taconite iron ore processing, 89 FR 16408, Taconite Rule, which imposes new emissions control requirements on taconite iron ore processing facilities, as reflected in the proclamation of July 17, 2025, regulatory relief for certain stationary sources to promote American iron ore processing security. Proclamation, taconite iron ore processing is fundamental to the United States steel production and manufacturing sectors. These facilities involved in the process supply essential raw materials used to make steel, which is used in national defense systems, critical infrastructure, and a broad range of industrial applications. Preserving and enhancing domestic taconite processing capabilities is vital to reducing reliance on foreign sources and ensuring resilience of American industrial supply chains. In the proclamation, I determined that the technology to implement the taconite rule is not available. Such technology does not exist in the commercially viable form sufficient to allow implementation of and compliance with the taconite rule by the compliance states set forth in the taconite rule. I further determined that in the proclamation that is in the national security interest of the United States to issue an exemption from the taconite rule to certain stationary sources subject to the taconite rule, as identified in Annex 1 of the proclamation. This exemption applies to all compliance deadlines established under the taconite rule, with each such deadline extended by 2 years from the date originally required for such deadline. I am enclosing a copy of the proclamation I have issued and Annex 1 thereto. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21st, 2021.
Referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, consistent with applicable law, including Section 112I4 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7412I4, I hereby report that I have issued a proclamation providing exemption for certain stationary sources from compliance with the final rule published by the Environmental Protection Agency titled National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants, Coal and Oil-Fired Electric Utility Steam Generating Units Review of the Residual Risk and Technology Review, 89 FR 38508 rule, which amended the pre-existing mercury and air toxins standards rule to make it more stringent. As reflected in the proclamation of July 17, 2025, regulatory relief for certain stationary sources to further promote American energy, proclamation, coal-fired electricity generation is essential to ensuring that our nation's grid is reliable and that electricity is affordable to the American people, and to promoting our nation's energy security. The federal government plays a pivotal role in ensuring that the nation's power supply remains secure and reliable. Forcing energy producers to comply with unattainable emissions controls jeopardizes this mission. In the proclamation, I determined that the technology to implement the rule is not available. Such technology does not exist in a commercially viable form sufficient to allow implementation of and compliance with the rule by its compliance date of July 8, 2027. I further determined that the proclamation that is in the national security and interest of the United States to issue an exemption from the rule to certain stationary sources subject to the rule, as identified in Annex 1 of the proclamation. The effect of this exemption is to extend the compliance date of the rule for those stationary sources from July 8, 2027 to July 8, 2029. I am enclosing a copy of the proclamation I have issued and Annex 1 thereto. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21st, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, consistent with applicable law, including Section 112I4 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7412I4, I hereby report that I have issued a proclamation providing exemption for certain stationary sources from compliance with the final rule published by the Environmental Protection Agency titled National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants, Ethylene Oxide Emission Standards for Sterilization Facilities, Residual Risk and Technology Review, 89 FR 24090 ETO Rule, which imposes new emissions control requirements on commercial sterilization facilities, as reflected in the proclamation of July 17, 2025, regulatory relief for certain stationary sources to promote American security with respect to sterile medical equipment. Proclamation, the use of ethylene oxide is critical for the sterilization of medical equipment, which protects patients against infection and the transmission of disease. The continued utilization of ethylene oxide by commercial sterilization facilities is essential to ensuring that our nation provides its sick and injured with the best outcomes possible, an objective that is at the forefront of the federal government's responsibility to the American people. In the proclamation, I determined that the technology to implement the ETO rule is not available. Such technology does not exist in a commercially viable form sufficient to allow implementation of and compliance with the ETO rule by the compliance dates set forth in the ETO rule. I further determined that the proclamation that is in the national security interest of the United States to issue an exemption from the ETO rule to certain stationary sources subject to the ETO rule, as identified in Annex 1 of the proclamation. This exemption applies to all compliance deadlines established under the ETO rule, with each such deadline extended by 2 years from the date originally required for such deadline. I'm enclosing a copy of the proclamation I have issued and Annex 1 thereof. Signed, sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21st, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, consistent with applicable law, including Section 112I4 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7412I4, I hereby report that I have issued a proclamation providing exemption for certain stationary sources from compliance with the final rule published by the Environmental Protection Agency titled New Source Performance Standards for the Synthetic Organic Chemical Manufacturing Industry and National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants for the Synthetic Organic Chemical Manufacturing Industry and Group 1 and 2 Polymers and Resins Industry, 89 FR 42932, the HON rule, which imposes new emissions control requirements on certain chemical manufacturing facilities, as reflected in the proclamation of July 17, 2024, regulatory relief for certain stationary sources to promote American chemical manufacturing security. Proclamation, the United States relies on a strong chemical manufacturing sector to support industries like energy, national defense, agriculture, and healthcare. These facilities produce essential inputs for critical infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, medical sterilization, semiconductors, and national defense systems. Maintaining a robust domestic chemical industry is vital to safeguarding the supply chains that underpin our economy and to reducing the nation's dependence on foreign control over materials critical to national resilience. As adversaries expand influence over key inputs, continued domestic production is essential not only to economic resilience, but also to military readiness, public health, and national preparedness. In the proclamation, I determined that the technology to implement the HON rule is not available. Such technology does not exist in a commercially viable form sufficient to allow implementation of and compliance with the HON rule by the compliance dates set forth in the HON rule. I further determined that the proclamation that is in the national security interests of the United States to issue an exemption from the HON rule to certain stationary sources subject to the HON rule, as identified in Annex 1 of the proclamation. This exemption applies to all compliance deadlines established under the HON rule, with each such deadline extended by 2 years from the date originally required for such deadline. I am enclosing a copy of the proclamation I have issued and Annex 1 thereto. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21st, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
It looks like it's time to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for the 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.